We already had it in the back. Steve?
Yeah.
Just update?
Yeah.
Gotta read. The people on Zoom, yeah.
Huh?
The people on Zoom.
Okay, everybody ready?
Hello, Kako. We would like to get started. We will start the Pule by Commissioner Kalei Kini.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, first and foremost, we thank you so very much for bringing us here together safely. As we look around this beautiful Halo Day, we are truly blessed. We ask that your presence be with us today at this month's Hawaiian Homes Commission. Give us guidance, strength, and knowledge to make decisions for our beneficiaries in honor of our Prince Kuhio. We ask that as the day progresses, you continue to look over with us, and at the end of our meetings, be with us so we can return to our final destination safely. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Excuse me. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Grand Naniloa Hotel, Sandalwood Ballroom, 93 Banyan Drive, Hilo, Hawaii, 96720, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, October 21st, 2024. Time is 9:34. Tia, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Brady. Commissioner Kalekini. Commissioner Kadefa.
Here.
Commissioner Kaneo. Oh, is it? Commissioner Lasua.
Here.
Commissioner Marfield is on.
Ewo.
Napu is also on Zoom. We see Commissioner. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
And Chair Watson.
Here.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay. Approval of the agenda. We'll start with the public testimony on agendized items and then run through the agenda as listed, starting with the consent agenda. The commission will recess at noon for lunch and executive session. And tonight's community meeting will be at the Keaukaha Elementary School cafeteria at 240 Deshay Avenue, Hilo, Hawaii, 96720, starting at 6:30. Can I have a motion for the agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or amendments to the September 16th and 17th, 2024 meeting minutes?
Sure.
Commissioner
Nevis.
Nevis?
Page 12 of 47.
Page what? Sorry.
Page 12 of 47. Second paragraph, second sentence. It says this participant indicated, that would be Commissioner Nevis. Make that correction.
I'm sorry, repeat what you said.
Okay, it's on page 12 of 47. Second paragraph from the top. Second sentence, it says this participant, which should read Commissioner Nevis indicated. And then one more is, actually two more. There's one on page 19 of 47, bottom paragraph. Second sentence, it says Nahas, it should be Nahasda, I believe. Certified the 10% cap on the HUD regulation. Up at the top, it's okay, but on the bottom, it needs to be correct.
Okay.
And then one other correction is on page 20 of 47. Last paragraph under discussion. I believe, I, inquired about a potential, conflicts of interest regarding an HHFTC voting proposal, which was confirmed not to be an issue after review. The actual AG, and we'll have to check the tapes, but the AG stated she did not work on the proposal, so she assumed it was approved. And we need to clarify that. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, any other corrections or amendments? If not, is there, entertain a motion to approve the minutes with the suggested amendments?
Move to approve the agenda, the minutes.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh. Okay, those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, the first public testimony on the agendized items, Pat Viola.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of this committee, commission. My name is, I will, Chair, just for the sake, I'm just running through it and then we'll come later on to speak as each one.
Okay.
My name is Patrick Kahavaiola. I'm a Native Hawaiian as defined pursuant to the HHCA. And the current president of the Keaukaha Community Association. I welcome you to Hilo in East Hawaii, where the oldest or the first Native Hawaiian community established 100 years ago. We're celebrating our centennial this year. Keaukaha, we began as Kuhio Settlement, and we eventually morphed to Keaukaha. And so I am pleased to welcome you here to Hawaii, here on the east side of Hawaii. This also will be my last time before this esteemed body as a leader of the first Native Hawaiian community settled as Kuhio Settlement, December 16th, 1924. We're currently celebrating our centennial, and after 25 years, and due to changes in the bylaws that govern the organization, I will focus my energies to assist Native Hawaiian kupunas, which I am now one, who are the largest amount of beneficiaries on the wait list and wait for that gap group, which is long overdue. They have been given a lifetime of assistance and have been waiting the longest to return to the soil. I understand, hear their cries for Aina, but all they're hearing is that they most are that they can't afford it, or they can't qualify for the financing. No credit, they're not credit worthy. Therefore, the HHL and this administration has began the process to use low-income housing tax credits as a way, and in the language of the Green Watson administration, to take care of the poor, downtrodden Native Hawaiians by providing rental units that they can qualify for because of their age and income. In my humble opinion, that's counterintuitive to Ali'i Prince Kuhio, which was to raise the self-esteem of the Native Hawaiians. He saw languishing in the tenement buildings of Honolulu after they were disenfranchised from the Aina by the events of the overthrow monarchy less than a decade earlier, and worked very hard to rehabilitate the race. There are several agenda items that I was speaking on when called today. For instance, F2, the possible extension of lease agreements, the Prince Kuhio Plaza, after the Isla administration was admonished by the Solicitor General of the DOI that the act or legislation could constitute possible breach of trust as amended. F6 ROE to Napua, Lunalilo, for Kupuna housing, I believe it's not in the beneficiary stuff, it's full beneficiary consultation. The mission of Luna Little's Trust is to fulfill the eleemosynary and testimoniary, doing charitable and understanding and accurately interpreting a will. Unfortunately, Prince Cohil's mission is to rehabilitate the rates and return them to the soil. This matter is like mixing oil and vinegar. The history of the commercial shopping center began here in Hawaii Island 39 years ago, Prince Cohil 1985, and 12 years later, on or about 1997, the Walmart was built, and after peacefully protesting and civil disobedience, the Walmart worked out a community benefits package plan with DHL, negotiated by then, I believe, Linda Chin. There is still about 35 years left on that package. Now, a day, everyone speaks about is community package benefits for users about trust. I thank you all for allowing me this. I look forward to work.
Thank you. Let's see, the next testifier. Kepa.
Good morning.
Morning.
So F4, or item on a legacy. That's for. Sorry, we don't see it at the moment, but I'm talking about the item on a legacy. And there hasn't been no updates on the status or any community outreach about the issue. I know you guys are aware of Bully and Elton guys are on the item on a legacy at the moment. There are also other beneficiaries that are living in the pastoral. And we would like to start the conversation to see where we're at. What are the goals? Are we still maintaining it? And we have also an issue with Kamara and also his other nonprofit that takes care of the watershed. They seem to put up a house without permits, without any kind of beneficiary consultation. And we're gonna start holding beneficiaries accountable to what? If we don't follow the act, if we don't act accordingly, and we do just how we feel, then where's the stability? There's a lot of focus that's going on to the other islands, which is okay. We don't argue, we don't dismiss our other islands, but we feel like this island has been neglected. We feel like contracts are given to outer island beneficiaries or non-beneficiaries, and we don't get to have this conversation or have a say in our resources. Yet you guys want to do geothermal, you guys have all these great ideas, but yet you guys are force feeding these things upon our community without even having transparency. You guys haven't opened leases for pastoral since 1970. You guys continue to give leases to non-beneficiaries, exclusive access. You guys continue to let deals happen in between employees and families. And we're just of awe of how things are conducted, how things have been going. And we would just want transparency. We want communication. We want the things that are necessary for a good community and family members to thrive. But if we don't get phone calls back and we don't have these opportunities, it seems like we're destined to do it all over again. And hopefully after this meeting later on, maybe, hopefully, we can get together, we can exchange information, we can actually get communication flowing. I think this year is gonna be a very interesting year. There's a lot of things happening. So all for the time and hopefully we see each other soon.
Yeah, Yo Kepa, I'm actually gonna stay over for on Wednesday to look at as well as talk to various people, exactly what you're mentioning. So I'd be happy to meet with you and get your input and, kind of make a more informed decision because we do want to move forward on those lands, especially management, because I have to agree it's been mismanaged and it's time we get a little bit more active, especially with the involvement of the beneficiaries, not only talking, but actually taking steps to get them involved in the management of the lands. And so how that's done, it's, I don't know what the answer is. Maybe you got some good ideas, solutions. I'm very, very receptive to that. And any decisions regarding the use of the lands will definitely come to the commission based on the input, as well as some input from people that are familiar with the lands, which is
Definitely.
really, really important. So, yeah, I look forward if, let's kind of get together. We'll figure out a good time on Wednesday, because I will be here the whole day to talk, start and look at the land, so.
I don't know what the answer is.
Thank you,
Maybe you
guys.
got good ideas,
Okay.
solutions.
Thank
I'm
Thank
very,
you.
very receptive
Next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
to use of the land.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Jojo Tanimoto, and actually I live in Kauai High, in the Kailapa subdivision. And I am making that differential because I have a lot of questions. And one of them is for the housing division. But first, our main problem in Kauai High is communication, mostly the lack of communication. And so I'm happy to hear you say, Chairman Watson, that you are open to have beneficiaries get involved, and because we have not. We have issues from long ago. But let me get back to this housing division, because I'll probably have to testify at each division because of our questions and to get answers since the staff is there. Okay, so for communication, we tried phone calls, nobody called back. Try emails, they don't even write back to say they got my email or anything like that. For housing, on item D7, exhibit, I think it's a matrix on page 3. The exhibit lists Kauai High residential leases as 192 leases. According to the Hawaii County property tax, that is the amount of leases in the Kailapa subdivision. What about the other 22 in the Makai subdivision? The one that really is a worry is the 3 residential leases at the harbor that you guys were very appreciated in visiting those families during the flood and helping them mitigate that problem. A problem, though, is this number that represents Kauai High, because in the regional plan that you approved, it lists these residential leases as commercial lots. So what's supposed to happen to these families? I would like to ask a beneficiary consultation so that the community, especially the lessees, to get some kind of understanding of what's going to happen to them. In fact, everybody in the whole West Hawaii that I know of, they ask the same question. And even the people in the agencies, the county, the state, OHA, they all want to know what's going to happen to these families. And it still shows up on the map at the Hawaii Island planning that that's what's going to happen. It's going to be commercial lots. But those families have been there since World War II. And nobody wants to contact us, even no matter how many times we try to contact the department does not seem to want to work with this community. And that shows up in all of the reports to the legislature, to the funding, to the policies. All of that is not including Kauai High. So I'd like to know what's going to happen with that. What's going to happen with the harbor leases, and yeah, it's very important that we find out because of the island plans that are in progress right now, because it's not right. The amount of leases in Kauai High is not right. The industrial lease listing on the matrix lists the Big Island Carbon Company, which was the Millennium Carbon, which has been in defunct. They went out of business almost 15 years ago. So has the department actually been collecting from that company? Or is this something that just continues on the books like everything else? It's not corrected. And I'd like to get an answer for these kinds of things. And I would appreciate the commission helping, because I don't know, OHA's still waiting for the department to respond to them. So
Okay, Jojo, thank you very
you.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. The first agenda item, the consent agenda, Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Chair Watson, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And HSD has 13 consent agenda items for your approval this morning. It's my understanding there is a testifier that would like to provide testimony regarding D12.
This is Kavehi Young. Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, members of the commission and Chair Watson. My name is Kavehi Young.
Good morning.
I'm the granddaughter of Eno Gerard, and I'm testifying today on behalf of my father, Gerard Kekoa Oka'ina Cole, to contest the successor designation for residential lease number 8100 lot 70 in Panaeva. My grandmother was awarded as a lessee based on the record she submitted, providing she met the 50% blood quantum. Since her passing in 2016, my ohana researched, gathered, and submitted to the department all of the birth, death, marriage, and census records that we could find to prove that my father does in fact meet the blood quantum to succeed the lease. We were met with opposition from DHHL, who stated that there was no way for the department to determine if my father meets the requirements because the documentation provided for Eno Gerard's grandfather was insufficient according to the department standards. If certain genealogy records are not available from the state to satisfy DHHL's request, I believe that the burden of proof should fall onto DHHL to disprove that my father is 25% Hawaiian. Furthermore, I believe that my ohana situation is the same for many other families who are either unable to provide documentation because the lack of birth records available prior to 1896, or who don't have the means to research and pay for certified genealogy records. Displacing my father for the sole reason that neither he nor DHHL are able to sufficiently document his genealogy is counter to the intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which is to return Native Hawaiians to Aina to enable their self-sufficiency. My father has been deemed disabled by the Social Security Administration, and his sole income is from SSDI. My father has been making mortgage payments in the years since my grandmother's passing, and he does not have the means to find an apartment where he can afford the monthly rent, utilities, and the high cost of living in Hawaii. It breaks my heart that this could push my father into homelessness, a problem that many Kanaka face today. Displacing him from this aina and disrupting his stable housing would further threaten his already compromised health. Therefore, I humbly ask the Commission to reconsider this successor designation and provide me with the next steps that I can take to ensure my father can continue living and sustaining himself on this aina. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify today.
Questions? Commissioner Freitas?
Okay, can you speak up, please? Can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay, is it better?
Yeah.
All right, I apologize for that. So backing up what I was just saying earlier, this is an issue that a lot of beneficiaries have and will continue to go through. I've been in contact actually last week with Juan with stories in Waimea area. A lot of people who are going through the exact same thing you're going through. You know, I would like us to maybe take a deeper dive into this, to really do our due diligence and look into the information that you have and look at a solution to possibly come up with a fair alternative to acquire all the information first before we proceed. Again, I don't know what has transpired from a documentation standpoint prior to this, but I feel for you. Like I said, I'm going through the same process with a lot of beneficiaries in my region. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Mahalo, Kabehi, for coming testimony. Juan, can you talk a little bit more detail about this?
Yeah, without going into specifics.
Whatever you can share.
Yeah, the department has exhausted its effort in reviewing not only Kavehi's father, Gerard, who was designated as successor to residential lease number 8100, but also her auntie, Gerard's, her father's sister, who was also designated to agricultural lease number 6417, which is D13. Both successors, after review by staff who does genealogy on a daily basis, has determined that Paulana, who was designated to 6417, and Gerard to 8100, both who needed to be at least 25% Hawaiian to qualify as successor to their father's respective leases, were deemed to be less than 25. So they are not qualified based on the genealogy research of staff.
So, Kabehi, Kekela is your dad? No,
Kekela is my first cousin.
first cousin. Okay, so.
So what happened was, if I may,
Go ahead.
Commissioner, sorry to interrupt. After staff determined that the designated successors, Gerard and Kalana, were in fact not qualified to succeed, we published a notice calling for qualified relatives to submit their claims. Kekala was the claimant for both leases, who is, again, determined by department staff to have the necessary blood quantum at least 25% as a grandson to qualify as successor to both leases.
So were you aware of that notice in the,
I was not aware of the public notice. I myself do not meet the blood quantum requirements to succeed the lease. But I do have some documents here today that I can leave with the commission.
so Juan, what's our process if there is like a situation, like for example, I don't recall us having like a contested case on this, or is that an option?
Yes, she has the option to request for a contested case hearing to address her concerns with regards to her father's Native Hawaiian blood quantum.
Kabehi,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yeah, yeah,
Commissioner
in order to
Nevis?
save some time, I think this, we should probably look at a contested case so that because as a commission, we don't have all the details, not saying the department's not doing their job, but, we need to take a second look at it and find out where it's at and go from there. So I suggest we set up a contested case.
Well,
If that's the commission's desire, I would recommend pulling
well,
D12 from the consent agenda items. And if the commission is willing to proceed with the rest of the Homestead Services Division items.
One, is D13 the same?
D13, I don't believe Kabehi is contesting that.
Okay, okay. Chair, I would agree that
That's
we
correct, right,
remove
Correct.
item D12 and continue with the rest of consent.
Okay, I just had a question. Kabehi, on D12, so are you saying you have documentation to establish that whoever is 25% Hawaiian?
Correct.
Oh, okay, okay. So anything else? I kind of agree. Let's just take it out. D12 and any other questions or comments? And we can do a contested case. I guess we need to formally make them. The commission needs to take action to set this for contested case hearing or no?
Let's take D12 out.
Right.
Discuss that separately. If we can move
Right.
along with the rest, and then we can address the
Okay.
contested case hearing request.
Is there a motion to
Chair,
Commissioner Marfil?
I would like to recuse myself from voting in D8. I am related to one of the applicants.
Sorry, we missed the first part of your statement. Can you do that again?
Kalamai, this is Commissioner Marfil. I would like to recuse myself from voting as I am related to an applicant in D8.
Thank you.
So we might, again, as a suggestion, pull D8 out. She's not going to vote at all.
Yeah, so we can move forward on D8. So the only one we're going to pull out is D12.
Okay.
So the chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of D12. Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? No, D13
No.
is,
13, you said.
No,
she's okay with D13.
D13 is not being contested. Only
Yeah, she's not
D12.
contesting D13.
Just D12.
Okay, so is there any other objections? Otherwise, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay,
Mahalo.
and now going to the contested case hearing. Do we need
Yes,
to take it?
D12 then, is the commission instructing staff to proceed with contested case hearing, or should
Yeah.
we request from Kabehi a formal request for contested case hearing?
we should follow the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will have Kabehi work on a written request.
Okay.
And maybe
for
she
contested-
can clarify exactly the issues and stuff
Yeah.
in an actual form.
Okay,
Then we can take action on that.
okay.
Unless you want us to take action subject to the submission of the form, so you don't have to come back. You guys want to do it that way?
Chair, I suggest we take action as a
Yeah,
commission.
okay, why don't we do
and
that? I
Direct the
think
department to do contested case.
you're right. Okay.
I'll just note under our rules, a request for contested case has to be in writing, so perhaps.
Okay.
Oh, she got,
Well, okay. With that clarification, I will proceed with asking Kavehi to submit a written request for contested case hearing.
but can we take action subject to her submitting written, request?
No,
Yeah, so there has to be a written request.
Right.
And then take action upon that written request.
we will do our best to
Yeah.
bring that to you next month,
Okay,
provided that she submits the request. We will bring it for your consideration at the next commission
Okay.
meeting in November.
sounds good.
Very good.
Okay. Anything else? Thanks, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, let's see. Agenda item F1, approval of annual renewal of rights of entry permits and conversion of revocable permits, East and Central and South Hawaii Island, exhibit F1. Kahana?
Aloha, good morning. Kahana Albino, acting
Commissioner
administrator
Watson,
with Land
Commissioner
Management Division.
Watson, Commissioner Watson, this is
Yes.
Jojo. I didn't get an answer to my testimony on HSD before one left. Can I find out when I'm gonna get some kind of communication from that
Okay, we'll get back to
department?
you, Jojo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I start, I think we had one testifier that wanted to come up. Oh, yeah, okay. There's several testifiers, unless you want me to present the submittal and. have it-
Yeah, why don't you present the submittal and then they can come up and testify on that.
Item number F1 is LMD's request for approval of annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits in East, Central, and Hawaii South and South Hawaii Island. We're requesting that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves the following actions while developing a process to make short-term agricultural land, agricultural and pastoral and land position available to beneficiaries. The items are listed there, commissioners, for your viewing.
Commissioner Liakini? Make the motion. Yeah, we can, and then we'll call testimony out.
I move to
Approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we're gonna take now public testimony unless the commissioners have any questions first.
I do.
Commissioner Kaliakini?
Yeah, Kahana, thank you. So on the right of entry number 610,
Correct.
so I'm aware that there have been some communication with beneficiaries with some concerns with that right of entry.
Yes, LMD has had communication with the right of entry holder and has had minimal communication with the users under the right of entry. And we still have to resolve those issues with the tenant, with the permittee.
Understand? So, yeah, Chair, so there are some outstanding issues with some folks that are associated with ROE 610.
Mhm.
And I would like to
Hold that
remove
out.
this from the
Okay.
approval.
Sure. Okay. Any other commissioner
But,
comments? Yeah.
but
we'll-
to have further
Yeah.
discussion and finding out more about the details
Yes.
of the concerns we have.
Okay.
Correct.
Any other commissioners before I open it to the public? Okay, first testifier, Pat Havaiola.
Again, good morning, Chair Watson and members of the commission.
Morning.
It's really, really early in the morning, but, and a bit of confusion, I guess, but, F1, the renewal rights for, excuse me, if the right of entries, yes. There is to convert, and I'm looking, I think it was on, it's F, oh, here it is. This is it, right? Okay. These were the individuals that are asking for right of entries. And it's this body that's asking for, excuse me, that will give the permission for approval. I just had a concern not a concern, but a question on Ginger Patch Center. The Ginger Patch, for the life of me, I've lived here all my life. And I am of the premise that the Ginger Patch Center, what they're asking for is a right of entry, is that is the radius of Puainako and Kanoilehua. Now that's the radius, that turn there. We own that. That's news to me. You know, that's news to me that we own the radius over there and all that land that then goes up towards Hopeko.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and so again, Uncle Pat, just to clarify, that radius is an area where they landscape. They pay us to landscape. We're not paying them to landscape our area. So just to clarify.
Yes, the thing is for Hawaiians, the perspective of, you know, what wonderful, somebody gonna pay us for clean the radius. But what our people don't understand is that the radius includes ownership of the land, and the radius is from Puainako and right around the corner on Kanoilehua, all the way up to Hopeko and in the back.
Not in the back. No, this is a portion. They only get that portion on the
Okay, just
radius.
that portion.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the clarification I just needed to
Yeah.
get. Thank you
That's
very
what it
much.
is.
Well, Chair,
Commissioner Kalekini.
yeah, I just want to add for Kahana. Is that area that's landscape, that's over 2 acres?
Just about, yeah.
Seems, okay.
Any other, Eugene Beck?
Morning.
Morning.
I'm here in regards to South Point land with General Native Services. I am a leasee of 25 acres down at South Point. I also leased, subleased from Native Hawaiian, 247 acres. I have no knowledge of what's happening to, I had approximately 40 to 50 head of cattle down with the Native Hawaiian Service on my property, not knowing why I was revoked the lease, not given permission to not enter the land. And my main concern is what was happening to my cattle down there. I know for a fact they market some of my cows. I had purebred Simmentals and Zimbers down there. That was my herd I started off with on the 25 acres. From there, I moved my cattle down there until just lately this happened. Without my knowledge, knowing I was revoked, and I had my oldest daughter as my caretaker down there. She maintained the stocks, the animals and everything down there, hauled her own water, hauled her own feed and stuff. So my main concern is we know what's happening to my cattle without my knowledge. That's what my concern is. And, you know, I'm hoping Hawaiian Home to at least help me out on there. Hopefully I could get a re-enlist. I don't know the reason, but we have some more tenants coming in tomorrow. And I'll be back here in regards to the same thing with them. But I thank you, that's my issue here.
So just to bring some clarification real quick, Mr. Beck is a lessee at South Point. He has 25 acres. He's a pastoral lessee. In addition to his 25 acres, he's also a participant under the Native Hawaiian General Services, which Mr. Beck had mentioned. He has 240 acres under this program. And again, right entry 610 is managed by Mr. Jackie Kalua'u under Native Hawaiian General Services. And this was an item or a permit that was granted back in the early 2000s. And this is one where he's provided, or he is supposed to provide opportunities for pastoral lessees out in Ka'u. So Mr. Beck is one of them. Recently, as early as ending part of last month, beginning of this month, we did receive phone calls. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to listen to Mr. Beck and the others that have come forward. I've talked to them, but haven't gotten the full details as to what their concerns are. I talked to Mr. Kalou also and checked to see what his concerns are. So I just told him that we wanted to make sure we get the two stories straight and we can resolve the matters. That's why Commissioner Kalekini is requesting to defer that specific item.
Yeah, so we're gonna, check it out. We're withdrawing that particular item for action. So the staff, including your involvement and giving us some guidance, as well as others out there, will kind of get to the bottom of it and hopefully we can resolve it.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a question.
Commissioner Nevis?
You said, Mr. Beck had where, is he on this list?
He's not on the list. He's a participant under that Native Hawaiian
Oh,
General
oh,
Services
oh,
Program. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, 610.
And are those participants, are those things that are approved by the commission when they do sub it out?
No, it's under the Native Hawaiian General Services. They're the permittee.
That's
And he
part of-
provides
Part
that
of their
program.
permit, they allow,
Correct.
we allow that, okay,
Correct.
thanks.
Specifically to pastoral homestead, homestead lessees.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, we're talking 5,000 acres here. So you're an existing pastoral lessee. So we have other lands in other areas of the land that I'm trying to figure out, how best to get those lands activated and used. And so you guys are doing that. So maybe this is an example. Maybe there's some hiccups. I don't know what. So it's good we're exploring what the problem is, but apparently is this a possible model we can use elsewhere? I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah. Okay. And what's your thoughts on it? Has it worked for you other than them selling your cattle?
It worked for me, it worked for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll work for the others. I
Yeah.
usually need this as an example. Yeah, but it worked for me.
It is rough land. As far as like Mr. Beck was saying, it's gonna confirm what he says as far as water. No water down there, so you gotta pull in your own water.
Yeah.
Not only that, fires coming from KS lands coming over to our lands. So hence the pastoral to keep the grazing down, to keep the fire
Yeah,
load
yeah.
down.
So I see.
That's what we try to do.
Commissioner Kalekini?
No, that's exactly what I was gonna add is the fire mitigation.
Yeah.
There, it gets so dry, so the cattle really helps keep that down.
But how does the management work? I mean, you get your cattle in there, but do you have a say on the operations and, do you contribute to some of the costs and?
No,
And
no,
that's-
the only cost when we started off was we were involved in putting water tanks and water line, which each of the tenants had to pay in regards for the water. As far as water, yeah, there's water there now, but because of an issue that my daughter hauls the water on our own.
Well, see, this is a right of entry situation. And so I'm kind of thinking, that's not going to get you loans or access to federal funds and what have you without a long term. So this might be a good interim approach, but long term, if you guys thought of creating a cooperative and going after funding and, making a more permanent and stable situation for yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
We're looking for solutions, so
Yeah.
this is kind of a good temporary, but what is the permanent solution? And that's why I'm, I'd be glad to meet with you folks, But, I'm here Wednesday and along with staff, so we're looking at solutions. But this might be a good model for a temporary
Yes,
approach.
yes. I dealt with Hawaiian General Service. He did fair as far as that. I mean, here's a good example. Yes, he had intending to have the tenants that he subleased to sublease directly from Hawaiian Home,
Right.
which was great. That would be great for our part as far as being the individual renters. So yeah, I mean, and that's a good example actually. Providing most of the tenants right now would rather deal directly with Hawaiian Home.
Okay.
And the reason why the land was issued like that because it was supposed to support the people at Kau section, and which they did eventually. What we did wrong, I don't know.
Okay. Again, we're looking for solutions. So,
Okay.
I see this as a temporary approach, but, with the more permanent approach, if you guys were involved in the actual management, going after funding, as well as taking on a certain amount of responsibilities and not just putting your cattle and then,
Yeah.
turning around and.
Yes, the responsibility was ours. You,
Yeah.
as a leasee, had that portion. It was your responsibility to maintain and steward the land.
Oh,
and
so you
keep
guys
it-
partitioned the 5,000 acres?
Correct.
Is that how
No,
you guys
no,
worked
not
it?
the 5,000. We just petitioned.
So Mr. Native Hawaiian General Services did partition, I think, got 7 or 8 different
Paddocks.
users. Yeah.
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 So you can rotate.
Yeah.
So you don't deplete the resources,
No.
let it regenerate. Yeah, that's kind of, we got a lot of acreage, over 110,000 acres on this island. And a lot of it is unused and, I don't want it as inventory in the department's hands. I'd rather give it out to people like yourself, but, we need to use an approach that makes sense, as well as an approach that can generate funds, either federal or whatever, as well as the department to make it a viable use of the land. But I definitely want to get it out of our inventory and into the hands of the beneficiaries. So anyway, we're going to be here Wednesday. So if you want to sit down and talk, talk to Richard over here and get an appointment. I'd love to hear your suggestions.
Thank
Okay.
you, thank you.
Commissioner Kaliki?
Yeah, just a quick last comment.
Mhm.
Really, the main person we need to be talking to is Mr. Kalua,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
For you, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's the ROE, he's the guy.
Right.
the
We need to talk
yeah,
to him for
yeah.
sure.
So again, if not Wednesday, we'll set up some time. I'll let you know and we can.
Well, we're going to meet him on Wednesday. Let's meet him.
Okay.
I'm here. So
Okay.
face to face.
Chair, just one
Commissioner
more,
Nevis?
just one more comment. This is sort of moving towards a community pasture type
Yeah.
thing that we've proposed in On Whole as
Right.
well.
Yeah, we can do that
So,
over there too.
That way the tenants have a contract with Hawaiian Homes individually, but then develop a co-op, take care of fencing and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so any more, we got, Bo Kahui. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Well, Lenny.
Yeah, why don't we go, switch over to Jojo Tanimoto and then we come back to Bo. Jojo?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to address F1 item C. with the acreage on page 3. And I'd like to ask, why is the totals different? You got the same numbers for each column, but the total came out $1,000 less next year. And then number 2, questioning why there's no increase, because my question for the last 2 years is what is the rate charges? Because like with Hawaii High, our rates are the same even before the COVID.
Jojo,
Yes,
when you testify, you have to keep still. All your moving is causing static.
oh,
Okay, go again.
thank you, thank you. You can hear me now.
Yes,
Is it better now?
yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, so for that matrix, if you look at the totals, it's different. The items are the same, the amounts are the same, but why does FY 25 have $1,000 less? And then it does not answer my question I've been asking for 2 years about reviewing the rate charges, because it seems to be the same rate regardless of the expenses that the communities need, like for beneficiary consultation, whatever the cost is, should be coming out of those revenue generating entities. And what other expenses that the community needs, because Kauai High, like I say, has a communication problem. Mr. Kahan Alvino has not responded. We asked for a site visit and have been for the last 2 years. But I'd like to know when that is going to happen, because like next week Saturday is Ironman. We only have one entrance into the subdivision and the same one going out. And then we got to go over 2 bridges. The bridges break. How are we going to get out? And he is not allowing access for us to find an alternative emergency exit. So now we got the civil defense with the county and the state, but we can't do anything until the department responds to us. So what kind of liability does the Hawaiian Homes have for all the beneficiaries that live in this subdivision and we cannot get out? So I would like an answer to that site visit. Finally, please, as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Bo, Kahui?
Aloha, Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
And members of the commission, thank you for hearing me today. I have several items to speak to, and I'll try to be brief. Laiapua Community Development Corporation is a 501c3 nonprofit. And
Wait,
regarding item C1.
We're talking F1.
Oh, F1, okay. All right, real
We're
quickly
on
then.
F1.
F1.
Yeah.
I've been on the list for many years for pastoral lot. I believe that this is a pastoral renewal right of entry, 5,000 acres. And for me, hey, give me 50 acres or 40 acres or something, because it's my legacy that's important. That's key here, about who in my family will take up the pastoral lot. Early on, in the 80s, I did provide a pastoral ranch plan. I did everything we were supposed to do. Everything. And even got financing, but we still never got that. We never got any land. But I'm curious, you know, I don't know who Native Hawaiian General Services are. I don't know what they do. I guess it's important enough to give them 5,000 acres of lease land in which maybe some of other the beneficiaries could benefit from this. So I don't agree with it. I don't agree with this position that the renewal. So that in respect to item F1, 610. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, let's see, with the exclusion of ROE 610, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried.
No, that was F1.
F1. Okay, thanks. Next item. Okay, F2.
And, agenda item number F2, LMD seeking the approval that the Hawaiian Commission grant its approval to authorize LMD to negotiate a development agreement for the prospective extension of lease term and modification of the ground lease rent.
Okay, hang on, Anna, we're gonna go to F3.
Oh, yeah.
Guess we want to do F3 first?
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do an executive session for F2.
Item number F3. LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the issuance of a non-exclusive 20-year easement license easement as delineated in Exhibit A of Hawaii for 1.38 acres or about 60,000 square feet, portion of that certain parcel of Hawaiian homelands identified by TMK number 38001009, portion of that parcel, traversing over Department of Hawaiian Homelands. DHL situated at Humula, subject to the following conditions as listed in your submittal. If there are any questions, we have Kuli Kamara, our land agent for Hawaii Island.
Any questions or comments? If not, Chair would entertain a motion to approve F3.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Kuli. Okay, next, we're going to
You want to do F4 or F5?
F5. Okay, next item, F5.
Sorry, Commissioners, F4 will be a information submittal for you guys. Item number F5. Land Management Division is seeking the approval to issue licenses for the management of Molokai Veterans and Homestead Residence Center in Ho'olekua, Molokai, Hawaii. The recommended motion is listed as under number 1, and under number 1, the conditions are listed also.
Okay, any comment or questions on F5?
So again, it's a two-part motion, yeah? Let me read the motions real quick one more time. The first motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a temporary license agreement to the Molokai Homestead Farmers Alliance for approximately 24,101 square feet, more or less, of Hawaiian homelands, PMK number 252015, parcel 53, a portion of parcel 53 located in Ho'olehua, Molokai, for the purpose of interim administrative, physical management and maintenance of Ho'olehua Veterans and Homesteaders Residence Center, while providing technical assistance, administrative support to the proposed long-term license, the Homestead Association of Veterans. Standard conditions are listed there under A through K. Second motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a license agreement to the Homestead Association of Veterans for approximately 24,101 square feet of homelands under the said TMK located in Ho'olehua, Molokai, for the purpose of long-term administrative, fiscal, and physical management and maintenance of Ho'olehua Veterans and Homesteaders Center to be entered into the expiration of temporary interim license. We have, I think, participants. Do we have participants?
We have people online.
I think so.
Yeah, we have several people to testify. Cora Schnackenberg and Judy Caparita. Okay, why don't we start with
And then we have Shelley here.
okay, Shelley, did you want to say anything? I know it's been a long process.
You know, I think I'll let Cora Snackenberg go ahead and testify while I text
Okay.
Faith and Uncle Peter.
Okay, Cora Schnackenberg, was either one, or Judy Caparita, whoever wants to go first, second, or whoever you want.
Yeah,
Me,
yeah.
okay. Aloha, sorry. Chair, I do have a question.
Sure.
Regarding F2 before I start my testimony. You have taken it out of the agenda.
It's still on the agenda. We're going to go into executive session. There's some legal issues.
Okay,
So we
so
have
I
to,
got a question for your attorney.
why don't we, excuse me, why don't,
Okay, because
that's not being the issue
Okay,
right now.
okay.
Okay.
My concern is that we got testimonies on F2 and you're going to go into your folks' meeting and then you're not being able to hear before.
No, we're gonna give you
Okay,
an update.
mahalo, mahalo. Okay, mahalo, Commissioner. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
I do have dual residence, Molokai and here. My testimony is that I totally support this 6-month short term to the Farmers Alliance for 6 months with an additional 6 months. And that's part one. Part two is I also support the licensure to the Homestead Association for Veterans for 5 years with option of an additional 5 years. This been a long haul. So it's been a really long haul, but I'm here to support it. With addition to this, I wanted to address our Commissioner Lasua. I get 3 minutes, yeah. And also Kalapa and Kanya Kua, I believe. I don't think might be up there, I'm not sure. But anyway, I just wanted to encourage our new commissioners that really get into the meat and the grind of issues because it's really important to us, the beneficiaries, and your votes count. And you cannot vote if you don't know the issues because our people have been waiting on a wait list for a long, long time. So I just wanted to say that. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Judy.
I support
Caparita.
everything she says
All right.
because we waited a long time and at least the veterans get looked at. You know, veterans is so important. Nowadays, you don't know what's going to happen, but thank you very much. The Lord is the boss. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lasua, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Chair. I'd like to thank the Auntie and Cora for coming forward on the vets. Myself, a vet, I know, as you know, I've been working with Molokai vets trying to get this situated. And so finally, even though we're putting it under a temporary basis under the Farmers Alliance, that will give the veterans who's in charge of it now a role so they'll know how to manage it. And in addition, as we talk to General O'Hara and General Logan, we're also looking at using that as our disaster recovery plan for our DHHL leases in the Kalamo'ula, Kapa'akea, and Onali area, which is on the water. So if they get right now, their Kapa'akea is pretty much going under. So we have to make another decision for that area is to move them further up the hill at some point. I'm not sure when, but I'd like to thank the commission if they would approve this motion to accept the.
Okay. We do have one more testifier, Walter
Okay.
Rollins. Walter?
Uncle Walter. Wait, I see him.
Yeah, we can see you, Walter. You'd like to testify, Walter?
Yep. Unmute. I don't know if he knows that it's his turn. Uncle Walter, it's your turn to testify. You want to unmute? Oh, there. Thank you.
Walter?
Yeah, Scully Watson.
Uncle Walter.
We've been working with Lawrence on
Yeah, we can see you, Walter.
we've been working.
You'd like
with
to
Lawrence
testify,
on our-
Walter?
Okay, wait 1 second. You have to turn off the live stream so it doesn't feedback on our end. And then start. But the microphone is kind of far from Uncle. Okay, wait, now you're muted. So unmute and then turn off the live stream.
Walter? Yeah, Scully Watson.
Uncle Walter.
Scully?
We've been working with Lawrence on yeah, we can see you, Walter.
We've been working.
Would you like to testify, Walter?
Wait, 1 second.
Yeah,
You have
this
to
is
turn off
Charlie
the live
Watson and the
stream
rest of
so
the-
it doesn't impact on our end.
We've been working with
And
Lauren
then
so
start.
hard to get
But
the vet
the
center
microphone
open,
is kind of far from us.
and we've been running into some
So
roadblocks.
wait, now you're muted.
And Lauren's been helping us get through it.
So
with,
unmute,
meetings with the Farmers
Turn off the
Alliance.
live stream.
And Charlie, we've been working with Lauren on the, we've been working on
Wait, 1 second. You have to turn off the live stream so it doesn't impact on our end.
we've been working with Lauren so hard to get
But
the vet
the
center
microphone
open.
is kind of far from. Okay, I think we're ready on our end. So you have to turn off your live stream so it doesn't feed back, and then you have to unmute.
We just gotta wait for it to reach.
Okay, you guys can hear me again? Well, like I said earlier, we've been working with Lawrence and with the Farmers Alliance to get that setup open.
We just gotta wait for it.
And I mean, we've been working so hard to try to get everything work for both sides. And I hope that things go through where we can start working with the vets and the homesteaders. Okay, you guys can hear me again? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Walter. And I'd also like to thank
So we've
all,
been working
including
with Lawrence and with the
Kelly, as well as Commissioner Lasua for all the work. You know, it's been pretty contentious, but thankfully, everybody kind of came together and worked through it. So moving forward. Any other comments? If
Chair,
not,
Chair, I
Commissioner
just have a
Nevis?
question. The term of the license, only 5 years. Is there any reason for that?
Oh, that's it.
Because, I mean, you know, once you get in, you know, you still gotta, by the time you sweep the first floor, a year's gone already. So I'm just wondering why we only have a 5-year term.
So we have a 5-year term with the option to extend for an additional 5 years. And then we also asked that the chairman be delegated authority. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that the license would come back to commission for approval on the additional 5 years.
Okay. Yeah, eventually down the road, we need to extend that because, I mean, if they're doing their due diligence through the 5 years and then we extend it for 5, might want to look at extending that down the road.
Yeah, probably, but I guess, you know, want to make sure that they can operate it appropriately and successfully. So, okay, any other discussions? If not, is a motion to approve? Second? Okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item, F6, approval to issue right of entry permit, Napua Lunalilo Kalamaula Molokai.
So Chair, I'll remove myself from
Okay.
this.
So, again, LMD is requesting that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant us approval to issue a right of entry permit to Napua Lunalilo for approximately 10 acres of Hawaiian homelands situated on the parcels as indicated in the submittal for the purpose of conducting due diligence studies, including but not limited to project master plan, business plan, and related Chapter 343 HRS and Chapter 60 HRS compliance requirements. It's a two-part motion. The first part is, again, authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit to permittee covering the subject area under the terms and conditions as cited below, which are by this reference incorporated herein and further subject to the following. And the second part is to declare that after considering the potential effects of proposed right of entry disposition as provided by Chapter 343 HRS and Chapter 11200 Hawaii Administrative Rules, the due diligence studies conducted will probably have minimal or no significant impact on the environment.
Okay, would Any other comments or?
Got any questions? Shall
If not, shall we call the parties up to testify? Keola and Patty Tankayo.
So Chair, I'd like to distribute additional support letters that came through after the submittal was due.
Some more support letter. Okay, it's fine. Thank you. Good.
Good morning, Chairman Watson and esteemed members of the Hawaiian Homelands Commission. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. My name is Keola Dean, and I'm the CEO of King Lunalilo Trust, and I'm joined by Patty Tankayo, CEO of Kalaniaʻole Development, and Lehua Kauka, President of the Kalamaʻula Homesteaders Association. Together, we're here to pilot and present the pilot of the residences at Kalamaʻula. This is a pilot affordable rental housing solution for kupuna. These kupuna are beneficiaries of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and we're here to seek approval for right of entry onto about 10 acres. And I want to explain why we also sought a 65-year generally subject to conditions. But we understand that if at this stage it makes sense for the commission to approve a right of entry, we respect that. This is a critical step towards addressing the urgent needs for kupuna housing. So the residences at Kalamaʻula are more than just a housing project. It's a solution to a deep systemic issue faced by kupuna. Those who have spent years on the DHHL waitlist, or those currently struggling to maintain their homes. The goal of this project is to provide kupuna with a supportive living environment that fosters independence, improves well-being, and perpetuates Native Hawaiian cultural practices. Our ask today is simple. We're asking for your approval to make this project a reality and allow us to support kupuna in need. Let me share the scope of this project. We're proposing the development of 47 rental units specifically for kupuna, along with one manager's unit. The target demographic is kupuna on the DHHL waitlist, as well as those currently residing in their homesteads who need more support. This project will be situated in Kalamaʻula, Molokai, behind Kulana Oiwi, ensuring that our kupuna stay close to their communities and traditions. We've formed a strong partnership with Kalaniaʻole Development and the Kalamaʻula Homesteaders Association. Kalaniaʻole Development is led by a DHHL beneficiary who will manage the planning, financing, and construction of the project. King Lunalilo Trust, through our nonprofit affiliate, Napua Lunalilo, will oversee project management and ensure the long-term care and support for the kupuna. And lastly, but most importantly, the Kalamaʻula Homesteaders Association is providing critical community engagement and input and ensuring the voices of kupuna are at the forefront of this project. This project aligns directly with the spirit and intent of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. As Congress declared, the Act's mission is to return Native Hawaiians to their lands and to support self-sufficiency while preserving the values, traditions, and culture of our people. The residences at Kalamaʻula do just that. They provide secure, affordable, and culturally appropriate housing, ensuring that our kupuna can live out their days in dignity on their ancestral lands and within the framework of Hawaiian cultural practices. The total budget for this project is $31.12 million. The funding will come from a combination of low-income housing tax credits, bonds, and rental housing revolving fund support, as well as, if you approve, from the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, or NAHASTA. At the heart of this project is the preservation and promotion of Hawaiian culture. The residences at Kalama'ula will not just be a place to live. It will be a place where kupuna can continue to engage in cultural practices like storytelling, lauhala weaving, hula, and traditional healing practices. We will also offer supportive services, including lomi lomi, ho'oponopono, and genealogy workshops, fostering a vibrant community where kupuna can pass down their knowledge and heritage to younger generations. The target demographic, as I mentioned, is kupuna on the DHHL waitlist, as well as those currently needing support who are in their own homesteads. This project will not only address the housing needs of kupuna, but it will also have a positive economic impact on the local community. We plan to create jobs for Native Hawaiians in property management, maintenance, and construction. Additionally, 88% of the Kalama'ula residents have expressed their support for this project, seeing it as a way to integrate cultural values while fostering economic growth and self-sufficiency within the community. We have gathered letters of interest from potential investors, including financial commitments from key banking partners. Mayor Bisson's office, the Maui Housing Director Mitchell, they have submitted letters of support. Senator Linda Coit and Maui Council Member Tasha Kama have also submitted letters of support. OHA Trustee Luana Alapa and the Hawaiian Community Fund have also submitted letters of support. So that we've built a lot of support for this project, and their support underscores the significance of this project and to the community. In addition, we're offering a community benefits package. We're proud to, we'll plan to hire and train a development specialist from the Kalama'ula Homestead, building local leadership and capacity. In addition, Kalani Auno'ole Development will donate $100,000 towards homestead capital improvements. There's a typo in your slides. It says infrastructure, but it's capital improvements, overseen by the development specialist. This initiative is more than just about housing. And that's what I want to emphasize. This is about strengthening the community, preserving your culture, and fulfilling the mission of the Homestead Act. So to move forward with this project, we're seeking your approval for the right of entry. And I will be happy to answer any questions if you would be willing to consider also the award of a general lease subject to conditions.
Hi, aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. My name is Lehua Kauka, the President of Kalama'ula Homesteaders Association. So when we first was presented with this project, I just wanted to say why I was in favor for this, and not only myself, but our Kalama'ula Homesteaders, the members there. I did speak with the manager of the only housing, kupuna housing project on Molokai currently. And so when speaking with her, she did advise me that currently there's over 120 applicants right now waiting to be housed there at her kupuna housing project. And it's about a 5-year wait to put them in a housing project. I also did check around. Is anybody else going to be building one for our kupuna? No, not in yet. So when they actually came to us and did this proposal to us, I was like, why not? Also, get about 120 applicants over. About 31, 32 of them did mark that they are of Hawaiian ancestry. The other 70 never mark anything. So just with that in mind, we also went into the, and then I know of a couple kupunas right now. They're living on a beach, yeah, right now in Molokai. And they're on that wait list to be placed in this housing project right now. So, and then of course, we did go door to door. So I had us right here, a couple of our board members, we went door to door because we wasn't gonna move forward with this project unless we got majority of our homesteaders in favor of this. So yes, we went door to door. We went speak with all these different kupunas. Every ahupua, mind you, they're different. Molokai, we're really different on our island. So we do door to door, more personal. And a lot of times the kupunas, they're not gonna come out to meetings like this. Not all kupunas come out. So we come to them. That's our approach. Going to them and just sitting in their homes. I went to talk to one kupuna who was just, because they like vala'o. That's why you go. You make it more personal. We were sitting inside her house and she was just telling us one story that she would actually fall down in her tub in the morning. She would go for go out. She would fall down and she was there to dark until somebody finally went and realized, the house dark. I never see auntie. They came for check on top of her. And she was actually in her bathtub, couldn't get up. Neighbors kind of far. So just hearing stories like this as it was going door to door. And the reality is inside the homes. I don't go inside people's homes, but I did that day, when the couple weeks that was actually taking surveys and going door to door. And a couple of the kupunas, no more electric, the plumbing broken, and they cannot afford to fix these things. Plenty of the kiki, they move away, yeah? They go live their lives, and every time when they call, Ma, you okay? Dad, you okay? Yeah. But the reality is they not okay. But they just not gonna say, we no more funds to fix up our house. Plenty of them cannot afford loans, yeah, to fix them up. So I just don't put myself in one different predicament at that time. What are we gonna do for our kupunas, or what are we doing, yeah? They cannot qualify, they cannot afford. And so just looking at this rental housing, it's low income, affordable housing, yeah, for them. And I just thought that was something, we gotta do something now, not later. I'm not waiting another 10 more years, yeah? So just like with, I live Kalamaula Mauka right now. My parents got awarded it in 85. My grandma, she won Make, and then my dad, them won Bill in 05. And then now we living there. I no more time for wait for put kupunas in one place to live, yeah? And that's why I pretty much went in support of this project. I think our kupunas deserve a nice place for them to live before they holla. Hello.
Eddie, you want to see? Okay, let's see, we have Giorgio Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear Mr. Albino answer my question as to the site visit. And if it has to come to the commission for approval, I'd like to ask this
Giorgio, we're on
commission.
the Kalamaula item.
I know, but I didn't get one answer, so
Okay, well,
I'm
we're gonna
looking
get
for the
back to you.
answer.
So you
Okay.
want to talk about this agenda item? If not, we're moving on.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, but I need one answer.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, Cora Snackelberg.
Aloha Commissioners,
Hello.
Cora speaking. I looking at this agenda item, Molokai need the service that we need it. There are some questions that I have, but this is specifically for an ROE request. For that reason, I will support it with some more discussion about the logistic of our leases and how they're going to end up. And the other thing is that the rental piece with DHHL, that's not within the legacy of our prince intended to. So those are kind of stuff we need to come to the table to discuss, but I support the ROE. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any commissioner comments?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Nevitt?
And, I looked through all the documents. It's a little difficult. I mean, your presentation was like part of it. It's sort of going back and forth and so on. First, I just want to address some things with the department. This right of entry permit is for a Napua A Luna Lilo. Is that representative here? Or you're the parent, but there's no representative from that entity here?
So the Napua Luna Lilo is our affiliate, and I'm on the board.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. The other, I mean, I have a lot of questions. So to say this is a pilot affordable rental, within the commission, we do pilot programs based on programs we already have. So I would not agree that this is a pilot program. I would agree that it's a program that may become a pilot program. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. So Napua Luna Lilo is the property manager. is Nanu, is that organization a property manager or are you the property manager? Since you're on that board?
So I'm the CEO of King Lunalilo Trust
Yes, I
and
understand.
on the board of Napua Lunalilo.
Right.
Napua Lunalilo will be the operator of our responsibilities in connection with this project.
Okay, very good. So there comes a survey. Now, normally at Hawaiian Homes, we do beneficiary consultation. Appreciate all the time you put into the survey, but survey only covered 140 people. There's 1,400 people on the wait list. So that's less than 10% of the survey. So whatever way this project goes, we need to have a beneficiary consultation. And it may have to be factored to the way you did your beneficiary consultation to make sure we cover it. On the department side on page 4, or yeah, it looks like it's page 4 of the proposal. On the bottom, it talks about chapter 343. We show that as an exemption now. Is it going to be exemption class 5? Yes. Okay, just want to make sure that's clear. Let's see, what else do I have? This is proposed LIHTC process, and we understand that it's 30% AMI. That's, I see.
One of the levels.
Okay, so there's levels. That's important to know, because when you do your study talks about, yes, people are below 60%, but then your proposal says it's 30% AMI. So if there's going to be levels, we need to know that. Okay, I think that's important for the community, because what happens and for everybody's edification, and Patty, you can correct me if you like, that once we set the AMI, if you're 30% AMI, average monthly income, and you're say 40%, you get bypassed. Just so you understand. But if you have levels, which isn't indicated, that needs to be articulated so we know what the levels are, because then it covers more people at that lower income. The other thing is you mentioned in your let's see where my notes are, and you know, trying to put this stuff in order. Please bear with me. When we talk about your community benefits, one of your comment in the community benefits, if I can find it here, sorry, too much paper. Your comment in the community benefits is that the priority will be given to Kalamaula residents. We don't do that. There's a wait list. It says in order of Kalamaula residents, Native Hawaiians, and then the wait list. It all goes by the wait list. So don't be surprised if someone from the mainland who lives in the mainland that meets this requirement comes in not necessary with a Kalamaula resident. Okay, just so you understand that, because moving this along, a lot of weight on Kalamaula, right, on your association, just so that you know that it's not guaranteed for your specific organization. This has to be spread over the Pai'aina throughout the entire island. So then there's a question of there's a 15-year LIHTC. At the end of the 15-year LIHTC, the ownership goes to Lunalilo. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how we have it currently structured.
Okay, so is there going to be a debt at the end of the 15 years that Lunalilo will carry? So then after that 15 years, it states that Kalamaula will be a partner. What is that role as the partner? They assume some of the debt. What's their control at that point? Is it 50-50? But remember, Kalamaula, they own the asset. So it should be not a 50-50. Do you understand what I'm saying? Depends on what the debt is. And will Kalamaula be able to carry that debt? They got to have capacity. So they continue to use the financing issues that you came up with, the different organizations, would that carry on? So my concern about the long term, okay, what happens after Planiola Development decides to leave, goes to Lunalilo. Of course, I am not in favor of Lunalilo taking it over, period. You know that? Same thing in Kauai, not in favor of that. Lunalilo has their own organization. The services, fine. I think it should come back to the organization. The organization should run. That's my personal feeling. And that's called economic development, and us as Hawaiians, Native Hawaiians within the trust controlling it. Okay. Let's see what I'll say. Just a couple. So beneficiary consultation is very important. You need to have a proper beneficiary consultation. So, and how do we do that beneficiary consultation? I'll leave that up to planning. Planning needs to decide how we do that. And I understand the need. I have relatives there, and I understand the need. But I want to make sure that whatever we do is right as we move forward and how it's carried over. I know that that Pamula Homeowners Association wants their initial thought was, we want to take it over. We want it to be ours. We want to control it. And I would be in favor of them controlling it moving forward. That's all the comments I have, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Yeah, let me kind of jump in on this. You know, when we look at our beneficiaries as they age, not only the existing homesteaders, but the people on our wait list, there's clearly a need, not only for the services for the kupuna, but more importantly, facilities. Because right now we see a lot of homeless that are kupuna. You know, I drive through Waikiki and elsewhere. There's a lot of elderly Hawaiians out there in need. And then when we look at our waiting lists, it's clearly the majority are kupuna. And a lot of them just aren't interested in taking on a huge mortgage. You want a facility where there's programs. You want a facility where there's services. You want a facility where they have a lot of people like themselves, lonely, looking for companionship, looking for a meal, a steady meal, a safe place. And I think that's what Lunalilo Homes is about. You know, my mother, including my auntie, as well as my grandmother, were tenants at Lunalilo in Hawaii Kai. And so, you know, in recognizing not only the immediate needs, I think there's clearly overwhelming need throughout our state for these kind of services, these kind of facilities. So I'm very, very supportive. And I think a reflection of that support is in the testimony submitted by very important people, from the mayor all the way to OHA, as well as, others. So I think, there's clearly a statement in the community that what you guys are doing is consistent with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, because it's a program to service our beneficiaries. Not everybody wants to work the AINA and, work the lois and stuff. They have needs. And so we as a program need to reflect and create options, choices that they can make that are more reflective of their immediate needs. And I think this is a step in the right direction. I know you guys wanted a general lease up front, but there's a process, so we got to recognize that. And so we start with ROE. And then even one of the people that testified, she'd like to see the details of what comes out of that ROE or due diligence and all that. So I do appreciate the hard work you guys are doing, and do persevere, because I'm sure Commissioner Lasua, he's a real strong supporter, and I think a majority of the people on this commission are also supporters. So if there's no other comments,
Sure. Can I make a
Commissioner
comment?
Nevis.
I'm going to make a comment. I agree to a certain extent. I just don't want this to supplement people getting INA. And I'll work closely with our Commissioner Lasua and the group, make sure that whatever whatever we do,
That's all right.
benefits our organizations.
Appreciate that,
Thank you.
Commissioner Nevis. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
Public?
Yeah, there's nobody that's signed up for public testimony.
Pat, I'll go back to it.
Okay. Okay. Pat? Maybe I'll have an opening for you, guy.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for allowing me this opportunity to speak on this agenda item. It is, and I think everything has been said, as you so well articulated, Mr. Chair, about options and choices. I'd like to surely find that part of it in the Hawaiian Home Commission Act that speaks to options and choices. There are clear delineations in the act that says you need to be 18 years of age and 50% blood. That's all it says. There's other things that we can talk about, options, and I just have a problem with our lands being used unless clearly, this kupuna housing, should it go through, will only affect and be used by Native Hawaiians, which I don't think it will if we do not have enough Native Hawaiians to fit the criteria. Because of the federal fundings that we get, it's going to be used by other people. And then again, it means the uses of our lands get used by others. We only get 203,000 acres. So I'm not an individual that's against kupunas. I'm one myself. I turned 80, so I qualify enough to open my mouth. Okay. And I've lived 80 of my lives on the homestead. That's all I know. I know nothing else except for being in the military and coming back. So, but the use, I am a product of the homestead. So the uses of our lands to this time, I thought I heard, I think Cora Sneckenberg from Molokai mentioned that they're with reservations. I want to support kupunas.
Appreciate it.
You know, but I do not believe you can get a preference. And that's another word that's being used again. That, okay, if you're from Kalamaula, you can get first crack at the place. I think Commissioner Nevis clearly articulated that we have a waiting list. We go by numbers. So it's your number that qualifies where you at on this, if there's an opening that comes. But please, let us not go down a very slippery slope of using our lands, the very limited amount of our lands, and coming up with ideas that, oh, it sounds good, it's great, it's feel good. Kupunas no like live in, they like be around a place where you get facilities, trust me. Everybody like do that. Then it's gotta be run by the Department of Hawaiian Homes or somebody, which we don't have the capacity to it. So do not turn it over to private entities to take care of our people. Who Hill created and made you the commissioners in charge of all of our land usage. So take that power, do it with due respect to everybody else that's here. You have that power to use the land. You, not anyone else, not only the chairman, all of you have that power. We just happen to be the beneficiaries of a trust. So what happens on Molokai affects me, what happens in Kilka. What happened in Panaeva affects the guys on Kauai. It is trust. We are beneficiaries of a trust. And I surely don't want to have a breach of trust lawsuit filed because our lands are being used by others. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we need a motion. And then we'll have a roll call vote. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
So Commissioner, let's do Commissioner Freitas,
Yes.
Okay, try again. Noting the recusal of Commissioner Lasua and Commissioner Marfield has also left the meeting. Commissioner Freitas,
Yes.
Commissioner Kalehini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa,
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, got it. Commissioner Nevis,
Commissioner Davis abstain.
Chair Watson.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, what's the next item? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, item F8, approval of issuance of right of entry Paradise and Hilton Garden.
Again, just for the record, F7 is postponed, moving to F8.
Yeah, F8.
Yeah. Item number F8. Typos.
Typos
it.
on,
Perfect, okay.
have Kale on.
Item number F8, LFD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a 5-year right of entry permit to DCI Paradise LLC covering the subject area as identified and described below for the purpose of parking motor vehicles for Hilton Garden Inn, Wailua Bay, hotel employees, guests, and hotel visitors, subject to the conditions as listed in your submittal.
Any discussion on this?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, Kahana, this parcel was supposed to go out with, when we did the PIG on the permitted interaction group.
Correct.
For lease agreements. At that point in time, I remember we had said, okay, these certain parcels were gonna go out. Did we not advertise those?
We have not advertised that one yet.
Why?
Because it's not prepped yet. We don't have the due diligence. We don't have the appraisal stuff ready for that.
When did we approve this to go out?
Oh, shoot.
It's been a while, that's what I'm
It's been a
saying.
while. But yeah, it's been
I
a
mean,
while.
that's lost revenue the longer we wait. Now we're gonna give it to somebody gratis.
Gratis, for them to, and in lieu of the gratis payment, they're to cut fire breaks.
Yes.
In the area.
So-
But again, a right of entries, they
No,
can use it.
I understand.
Yeah,
So when will we put it out so that we don't sit around waiting to lose revenue?
as soon as we can get the due diligence stuff together as far as the information on the land.
Okay,
the rent.
the other thing is you come up with, there's a cost of approximately $40,000
Yes.
for 4 fuel breaks.
Yep.
When you look at the map says they're looking at the center area because that's where it's most level, right?
Correct.
Well, those are 2 fire breaks right there that they won't have to put in because that's the property they're gonna use.
Right, so the fire
Correct.
breaks right now that they have is, I'm assuming, Kaipo is online.
Yeah.
It's kind of grown,
Right.
so they're gonna maintain those fire breaks.
Gonna maintain those.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm okay with it. I just like to get it, we need to get it out there so we can
Correct.
start getting that revenue. That was the whole point.
Right.
Very
understood.
good. Thank you, Chair.
You know what, I'm gonna pull this one, this,
Okay.
I'd like to get a little bit more information on this one. Use my discretion to pull it.
Okay.
Okay, next
Thank
item.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, item number F9. That the Hawaiian Homes Commission, LMD seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the following items 1, 2, and 3 as listed below. It's to terminate general lease number S4920, held by Pacific Diving Industries Incorporated, Puna Puna, Island of Oahu.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, is this the one that we covered last month where they're in arrears?
This is not the one, no.
Oh, this is
Separate, yeah.
something else. Okay. And what was
This is
the,
a general lease, that
Well-
has been, not in good standing. And we're in litigation with this, and we just want to make sure we come back to the commission to terminate it. Then if there's any further questions, we have, Kalei Young.
the in arrears amount, how long was that period? Was that like it's February through September?
Correct.
Okay. And that's with the AG right now trying to
Correct.
do our legal stuff. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Second? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to G1. Okay, G1. And then we'll come back to F2.
Chairperson signs, put those, this is why you, okay,
That's good.
that's good.
Aloha. Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I am Sheree Kaunana, the Water Program Specialist, and this is my consultant, Dr. Jonathan Lee Kekes. And we will be bringing up item G1 for the approval of the authorization for the chairperson to sign the stipulation agreement for the release of Kauai Island Utility Cooperative from their obligations in the Waimea Watershed Agreement.
Good morning, Commissioners. So briefly, we're going to go over the recommended action that we're asking you to take this morning. Then I'll give a little bit of background on generally the Aina Ho'opulapula in West Kauai, and then how the Waimea Watershed Agreement arose in relationship to the West Kauai Energy Project and other concerns about land and water in West Kauai. Unfortunately, the cooperation that existed in 2017 when the disparate parties came together and signed the Waimea Watershed Agreement has fallen apart. And so we're now in the process of one party, Kauai Island Utility Cooperative, who's not pursuing the West Kauai Energy Project, leaving the agreement. So there needs to be a stipulated agreement among the parties to allow that to happen. And then we'll go over the recommended action and answer any questions you have. If you can go to the next slide. So we're specifically asking the Hawaiian Homes Commission to authorize the chairperson to execute on behalf of the department a stipulation agreement, an agreement among all the parties to the Waimea Watershed Agreement that will allow the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative to exit the agreement and then to take any actions necessary to protect this trust's interest in that regard. If you go to the next slide. So you've seen this map in various times. In green are the Aina Ho'opulapula on Kauai, and we're most concerned right here with the 6,000 plus acres to the west or left side above the Mana'a Plain in Waimea. If you go to the next slide, it shows in orange outline or reddish in this slide that land. The light pink are historically irrigated sugar lands. The blue shows the Kokee irrigation system, which diverts water from 4 major streams, high in Kokee on Kauai Island, and then through a ditch system that goes to the Pu'ulua Reservoir, where if you've gone trout fishing, you're aware of that. And then partway down, takes water past the Pu'umoi Divide, goes down toward the right, and delivers water to our lands at Pu'uopai, which is in the center of that 6,000 plus acre parcel. So if you go to the next slide, this is a series of dates. So since the closure of the Kekaha Sugar Company, water and land use has been hotly contested on West Kauai, just as it has with the closure of sugar companies across Hawaii. A community group called Pu'ai Vaiola petitioned the Commission on Water Resource Management to amend the in-stream flow standards for the 4 streams diverted. And that's the fancy term for a minimum amount of water that's supposed to remain in streams at all time. Historically, during plantation era here and across Hawaii, plantations diverted all 100% of water. Now that plantations have closed, people have asked some water to be restored to those streams. We had been working on a reservation petition, a request for a certain amount of water set aside for our future uses. At the same time, we subsequently filed that in 2015. And then because of our actions and the concerns of other parties, including Kauai Island Utility Cooperative, which wanted to do a hydroelectric project, both using pumped storage, moving water between a high elevation reservoir and a low elevation reservoir, as well as flow through hydroelectric, all the parties started negotiating in 2016 over how to settle these issues. And a cooperative agreement was reached with great fanfare in 2017 that put certain obligations on all the parties. DHHL fulfilled its obligations, including going through the 343 process for a settlement plan for Kuleana lots around Pu'opai. We also issued a license to the Keikaha Hawaiian Homestead Association for their use of lands around Pu'opai. However, things were going well until early 2023, but then Earth Justice on behalf of Pu'ai Viola disagreed with the environmental assessment that KIUC was doing for the project. KIUC subsequently, after trying to negotiate with Earth Justice for a year, pulled out of the, or decided they were not going to pursue, for that and other reasons, the West Kauai Energy Project. So they're now obligated to do one remaining thing, which was supposed to be a short-term temporary change to the stream flow modifications that was going to only last for a certain period of time till they put in their big project. Now that they're not putting in their big project, they still have an obligation to change the stream diversions to allow for that minimum amount of water to continue to flow through those streams. If you go to the next slide. So instead of KIUC taking over the operation of the Koke'e ditch system, a tenant of the Agribusiness Development Corporation called KAA, the Keikaha Agribusiness Association, will remain as the operators of the system. And they didn't want to have the design that KIUC was planning to use. They felt that it was not going to allow them to efficiently operate the ditch system, and particularly and relevant to our beneficiaries and our concerns, the gates where stream water can be allowed to flow into a ditch or back into the stream were all manually operated under KIUC's design. Because of that, if you want to take more water into the ditch system when it's wetter, you got to go up and you got to lift these gates and allow water to flow into the ditch system. But this is a very remote area. So at the very moment when you want to actually access those gates and divert more water, you can't actually get to the area. So instead, they want to have remote control operable gates that will allow them from their offices down on the Mana Plain to adjust things, which will allow more water to flow and be stored during wetter periods, which will benefit both our homestead lessees. We have 5 pastoral leases or lots at the very top of our property, as well as the Keikaha Hawaiian Homestead Association around Pu'opai. So since this emerged as a concern in January of this year, after KIUC said we're going to try and implement our design, KAA didn't want to do it. Parties have continued to negotiate on this, and all the parties to the original KAA need to sort of stipulate as to what's going to happen instead of KIUC's original design. If you go to the next slide, the key parts of the stipulated agreement, which is still being negotiated, is that KAA will implement an alternate design that I just described. KIUC, instead of designing and building it themselves, will pay $775,000 to KAA to do this. And then KIUC will be released from its obligations under the Waimea Watershed Agreement. For us, our primary concern is to make sure that our existing homestead users continue to get water in these lands. We've been working, this has been rapidly evolving. We've been working with one of our 2 deputies attorney general on reviewing the current agreements. The goal is to try and have this executed by the end of this week in order that KAA can secure for the materials that they need 2024 pricing rather than having the price of the various physical gates and other things go up, and they'll be able to implement less with the amount of money that's being allocated. So this again is the same as the first slide, the recommended action, and Cherie and I are happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Neves?
Yes, thank you, Jonathan, Doctor. So is the plan to put a generator down the bottom and then pump back up to Pu'opai? Is that part of the process?
So the original plan for the pumped storage hydro project was to have 2 hydroelectric generators, one at Pu'opai that would take advantage of the elevational drop from the top to Pu'opai, then and the Pu'upai Reservoir was going to be restored and rebuilt. Then there was going to be a second major reservoir put on the Mana Plain. And so during electrical demand is highest as the sun goes down and people come home, do their laundry, cook dinner. Kauai is maxed out on their electrical grid for solar power. So they were going to use solar power during the day, move water up from the Mana Plain to the Pu'upai Reservoir. Then during the period of highest demand, run it downhill through the hydroelectric generators on the Mana Plain to pump power into the grid. So that project is not happening now.
All right, so KIUC be complete their obligation by putting in the dollars, and then KA will operate
The ditch system,
ditch
but
system.
it won't have, this part of it will not have any hydroelectric component.
Part of that ditch system fill the reservoir?
Some water will go into both Pu'ulua Reservoir and Pu'upai Reservoir. Unfortunately, the significant capital that KIUC and its funders were putting in, we're going to restore Pu'ulua and Pu'upai Reservoir to actually hold a lot more water than they're allowed to hold now under existing dam regulation. And so other sources of capital will have to be found if we want to increase the capacity of both Pu'ulua and Pu'upai to provide greater storage on the system.
Does it open up any opportunities for additional pastoral leases for Pu'upai?
So it actually, the loss of the West Kauai Energy Project will, one of the many things the department was going to gain was not only the rebuilding of the road and the provision of water and power to that site, but also lease revenue. That's now going away. So while the Pu'upai homesteading project is still on the books, the department will have to find other sources of capital, both to provide that core infrastructure as well as to build out the lots.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Chair.
Any other question? Not, entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion
Aye.
carried. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, item F2.
Yep.
F2.
Hello again, Commissioners, Khan Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. LMD's request or recommendation is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to authorize LMD to negotiate a development agreement for the prospective extension of lease term and modification of the ground lease rent as authorized under section 17136.5, titled Commercial Industrial Resort Mixed Use or Government Leases Extension of Term, Hawaii Revised Statute as amended, so that the aggregate of the original 65-year term and the extended 40-year term span a total of 105 years for General Lease 202, located within the Waikea Island of Hawaii. Under HRS 17136.5, the Commission may extend the rental period of a commercial lease upon its approval of a development agreement proposed by the lessee or by the lessee and developer to make substantial improvement to the existing improvements. LMD's requests the Commission to authorize the negotiation of a development agreement with the current lessee Prince Kuhio Plaza LLC to facilitate a prospective extension of GL 202 as authorized under HRS section 17136.5. The prospective extension of lease term will be subject to the conditions as noted in your submittal.
Okay, we're gonna take public testimony and then later we're gonna go into executive session, but I wanted to start with the public testimony. And we'll start with Cora Schnackenberg.
Aloha, Commissioners. I know you guys tired seeing my face, but these are important stuff. Cora Schnackenberg, my testimony, I want to do an analogy first. If a company owns water and our local people, our beneficiaries needed water, there is a area where in your folks' paperwork says that you guys can return the water back to the beneficiary. So similar to this situation, we got a renewal on the table for a permit for mercantile. Our people who are business people need a place. And this is a renewal, so I oppose. I oppose because we, the commissioners, who represents me as well, looking out for our mercantile Hawaiians that want to do business. So we want to take back the businesses that are non-Hawaiian, a non-organization or affiliation, and put it back to our people. Make the opportunity available for our Hawaiians who wants to do business in the mercantile and provide mercantile locations. This is a really prime area for our people to do business. So I do oppose, and on top of it, there's no beneficiary consultation for this renewal. Isn't that important to provide the opportunity to us, the beneficiary, so that we can also show interest? There's no opportunity for our people who you guys represent to do business and share. I know you're a businessman besides all of this, but you sit as chair. I really hope that you represent us, the beneficiary, in such a way that this renewal be opposed and get our people to make money for their ohana and give them an opportunity to roll in some dough, just like these other people that is non-Hawaiians. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Pat Hawaiiola.
Again, aloha, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity again to weigh in on this subject matter. With the Prince Hill Plaza, again, is the first shopping center that built here on this island in 1985, and it was not without controversy. God bless Kupuna, Sonny Kaniho, who worked diligently, but somehow we did not prevail. But the mere fact that, again, based on Act 236 that allows these lands or this parcel to maybe get their extension based on the work of this body to give them more time or extend their lease, I think speaks to the, again, as I mentioned, there was a solicitors from the Department of the Interior because as far as they were concerned, the encumbrance to be placed onto the property needed the consent of the United States. And if there's anybody here that don't believe that you did, there's language in Constitution and the Admission Act that clearly says what the objectives are, doing encumbrances to be placed on Hawaiian homelands without the consent of the United States. There would be a breach of trust. So I would clearly ask that this commission look at those letters. There is a discrepancy between the Attorney General of this state and the Department of Interior. They both happen to be co-trustees for us, the beneficiaries of our trust land. And if the co-trustees wanna slug it out, then by all means, go ahead and do what you gotta do. But go slug it out. Do not do it just because one side believes the other does not have the right to get the consent. uh, I believe in the rule of law, that if the law says it needs to be resolved by the courts, then by all means. Many of you sit up here as attorneys, and our chair is an attorney. They know about having to go to court. So go do that, resolve that, and then we can move forward in a fashion that is pono for things to happen. Because obviously, what has happened since statehood has not been pono, and there's always some heaven that's lying at the bottom of the well. So again, I would just ask again that this body look at taking all things into consideration, especially the consent from the Department of Interior before we move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Kapono Kekela.
Hey, hello, Mike Kako. Mahalo, Chair, for coming. Mahalo, Commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Kopono Kekela. I'm with the Hawaii Island Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce. And so we represent about 60 organizations that are local and Native Hawaiian owned businesses, entrepreneurs, and native or nonprofits, excuse me. And our goal is to strengthen our Native Hawaiian communities through education, advocacy, and support. So I've had an opportunity to speak with many who share or who have interests and ideas that could benefit the communities, that could, I believe that beneficiary-driven projects could lead to a good alternative to management system, or even a best practice to occupy the space that DHHO owns. And some concerns that I've heard is that in order to be able to partake in this beneficiary consultation or even get their ideas across, it's kind of hard to get in touch with land management. And sometimes, I know you guys are busy, and even commissioners can be busy as well. We just need to find another positive method to be able to communicate, to connect, to be able to get the projects rolling that we feel as beneficiaries and advocates that would greatly be detrimental to the success of these locations and commercial spaces, excuse me. Then my final thing would be that we need to explore ways to build capacity amongst these, amongst beneficiaries, amongst homestead associations, to allow for them to procure resources and education related towards, building a business, running and managing businesses, and also promotion and marketing to be able to, attract others and build on some better quality careers for our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and their keiki, and yeah. So mahalo for this opportunity.
Well, Kapono,
yes.
I had a couple questions. You said you represent a bunch of Native Hawaiian businesses?
Yes, sir.
And
just here on Hawaii Island, excuse me.
On Hawaii Island.
Yes.
Do you have any of those, or are any of those businesses in the Kuyo Shopping Center Mall?
Unfortunately, no. Just because there isn't a good bridge between our business, or our members, and
right.
Just
is there a reason why you guys aren't in there?
Honestly, there isn't a reason. We've had communication with Brookfield and the management there, and we've tried to work on kind of an initiative and projects to kind of fill space in Prince Kuyo. Just hadn't come to light because of.
I see, but what kind of business do you guys have that might be able to operate in a facility like this? Because you're suggesting you guys we take it back and turn it over to you guys, but it's an ongoing facility that generates money for our program. So before I would even contemplate doing that, I have to kind of vet. Well, what's your suggestion?
No, of course. Technically, we wouldn't want to take control of it, like so to say, but we want to, you know, share, be advocates to community-based projects. Of course, we could put together a small band of retailers, you know, that sell crafts and, you know, a huge commitment to, for us as a kind of like a cultural center. So it serve as a gathering place for Native Hawaiians, you know, it's not necessarily to, you know, occupy the full extent of their revenue that they generate, but it's just to be included in the process and, you know,
Well,
be a part of the,
yeah, do any of these businesses
growth.
you're talking about are,
Mhm.
that I'm assuming are in existence, where are they operating now, if any place?
So technically, because of
Nope.
COVID, a lot of them have gone online,
On,
but the online aspect, we really miss out on the, you know, interpersonal engagement and networking opportunities. So that's kind of where we want to transition back into, you know, pop-up makeke style or
yeah,
even a food court.
yeah, like the food court, or, you know, in Nanakuli, they have events in the parking lot where they bring in all these local vendors that
Mhm.
sell their crafts, what have you. I mean, you guys would be
We'd want to be a
receptive
little
to
bit
something like
more
that?
fancier than that, kind of, you know, just to share space, kind of reshape how the space is utilized. You know, instead of it kind of sitting empty, we could have a cultural aspect to it. Everything's labeled Native
Oh, yeah.
or in Aloha Hawaii, you know.
Right.
There's also be a sustainability and Moana concept, so that we're not necessarily wasteful. Because living here on Hawaii Island, you know, in a matter of years, our landfills are kind of overwhelmed. So
Yeah,
there's
well,
a lot. There's a lot of components to it, and I'd love
there,
to
there.
share with the commission at some other time. It's just according to item F2, we just want to commission to explore alternate alternatives aside from just, you know.
Well, we're kind of, this suggest, or the action item is to enter into a developer agreement. And then also to get into the details. And obviously, one of the things that we'd be focusing in on is where's the benefits to the native, maybe business guys. And so in order to assert that, as well as present that, you know, we need input from people like yourself and businesses. But they gotta be viable, you know what I mean? It's not, oh, like, we like take over this area, and, you know, do our thing. And, you know, you have to have a pro forma, you have to have a business plan, you have to, where's your funding, you know, where's your track record, all this kind of business due diligence process that we'd have to vet in order to back you guys. So unless you have that, and, you know, you're just saying off the cuff, oh, yeah, we'd like to take, that doesn't work, guys.
No, I'm not saying that we want to take over. We want to,
Or get,
my
take
concern
apart.
is before this action item, I think Native Hawaiian businesses and the beneficiaries should be consulted before, you know, getting into discussions on
And
renewal.
we're very supportive of that. But
Yes.
when we consult, we want to hear proposals as well as viable, you know, approaches that you guys are presenting that we would back 100%. And I think all of us commissioners, we back Native Hawaiian businesses. But it has to be a viable proposal that, you know, makes sense to the banks, the lenders, including us.
Mhm.
So, you know, just kind of work on that. And
Oh, no, I mean, if
timing
you
is
guys
right,
have more
and be
time
clear.
after today,
Yeah.
I'd love to connect.
Yeah,
'Cause
please,
It's been a
please do.
huge goal,
Any
so.
questions? Okay.
Yeah, point of question.
Yes, sir.
So as the Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce
Mhm.
Chair, would the organization be interested in working with these guys to
Oh,
include
yeah, for sure.
some of the businesses to go into that?
Yeah. No, we're very
Okay.
open to
Oh,
it.
hey,
You
I
just gotta
appreciate
come up
it.
with some
Yeah.
stuff we can kind of present that makes sense,
Yeah.
not just
Yes.
ideas. Gotta be real thing.
Mhm. No, but it kind of touches on my, one of my earlier points is that we need a more robust communication between the department and.
The timing is
Native Hawaiian
right. So if you got some good proposals, please present them because we'll make that part of our package presentation. We're just talking about a developer agreement. We got no done deal yet.
All right.
So now's the time to maybe put a little pressure on the Brooksfield to be more responsive to your guys' requests.
We jumped on a bandwagon.
Okay?
Okay, hey, thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, the next testifier, Kanoa McDonald.
Aloha mai kako.
Hello.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Kainoa McDonald. I'm actually, might have some technical difficulties where I'm at, but I'm submitting testimony on behalf of the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands. Our mission is dedicated to ending the Hawaiian homelands waitlist. Today's testimony is just wanted to share and reiterate a opposition that was submitted in May 20th of 2024 when this exact item under Act 236 came up. The Shaw policy team in 2021 called for an investigation by the Department of Interior. The Inspector General followed up with the DOI Solicitor General's letter. And in August and September of 2021, a small group of us, Shaw leaders, went to Washington, D.C. and shared the issue with the Department of Interior and its members of the Hawaii delegation requesting their review. I'm just reiterating again that both the Department of Interior and at the time, Congressman Kahele agreed to review and submitted correspondence of which I had also submitted in the timeframe of May to November. So we have suffered so many different situations, like with governors, DHHL directors, and deputies, where powerful non-beneficiary interests are hired, by DC law firms, and they just keep on building, their path, and they are completely not present during beneficiary consultations. So allowing the extensions of the Prince Kuhio Shopping Center is like kicking the can down the line after year after year. So Commission, your decisions will affect us in generations. Mahalo nui pono for coming forward, because there's always been a question with Hawaii Island businesses to see whether or not there's a path forward or an entity with enough capacity to either take over or have a benefits package that would help the community of Mokuokeawe. So mahalo pono for opening that path, and as the Shaw and the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands, Homestead Beneficiary Association, we would support you into building that capacity. So in ending, again, commissioners, these decisions and results with us dying on the wait list. I myself were on the wait list. My own tutu, Marianne Ailan Ines, also died on the wait list. So my hopes is that together, before you go into executive decision making, let's continue to work on policy, continue to build capacity to those homestead associations, and just make good policy and decision making for us. As part of the all, I will never give up, not only for myself, but my generations, and I speak up for my kupuna, my mapua, my ohana keiki, both born and unborn. So I ask this commission to highly consider your decision making today and think about opening that up for more beneficiaries, especially business owners. So mahalo nui.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier, Kapua Kilikoa Kamai.
Aloha. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today. I want to support the previous presenter's testimony regarding the young man that also presented this morning. If they could look for our associations and to bring them on board, I think that's what we need with Uncle Pat and the other Moku Puni o Hawaii, Moku Keawe, to allow them to get engaged, because it is a hard thing to do. So anything that the department can do to facilitate a coordinated effort between the beneficiaries and what is good for the community at large is good for everybody. But we have to remember that this is Hawaiian homelands, there to serve the Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries, which have been speaking to you and speaking out to your predecessors. So please try to help them work it out so that this can work better. Nanakuli Village is an example of where we had a beneficiary organization, the Nanakuli Homestead Association. But I'm not aware of their last meeting or of any of those benefits going out to those beneficiaries, to those 1,000 homes, to those units. So anything that the commissioners can help to develop policy that will help future projects like this, where there's a collaboration, a partnership between beneficiary organizations, the beneficiaries themselves, and the commercial entities, that will benefit everybody in the community. Mahalo for this opportunity. Aloha.
Thank you. Next and last testifier, Christine Kubat.
Aloha, my name is Christine Kubad. I'm the Executive Director of Recycle Hawaii, and I'm here to inform you that our organization, Recycle Hawaii, in partnership with the Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce and a group called Hanai Kaya Ulu, they're active on Oahu. What they do is a lot of education and outreach around sustainable materials management, submitted a $19 million grant application to the EPA under the Community Change Grant Program. I don't know if you know about this program, but it's a very progressive program coming out of the EPA. The purpose of the Community Change Grant is to come up with big ideas within a community and to have those ideas empower disenfranchised people, to bring investment to places where investment has been lacking, to address climate in terms of, in our case, we are proposing to divert organic materials from the landfill, and also it had to have a pollution prevention component. So when we looked around, I have to say the origin of this concept, I want to give credit to former Senator Laura Casio, because when she was at the Senate, this whole issue of lease extensions came up. And I was her office manager fielding the calls. We got a lot of calls from Keaukaha Panaewa in opposition to the kind of thing that you're talking about today. So that led to this very proactive, innovative, creative process, which continues to this day. And this is how this proposal came about. Our idea that we submitted to the EPA, it's pending right now, is that we Recycle Hawaii, we broke it down to front of the house, back of the house, that we would set ourselves up at the back of the house at Prince Kuhio Plaza, someplace. We like that Sears space because it seems perfect, but you know, everything is speculative. And then as a community benefit, we would turn the entire front of the house, so that would be all the retail space, over to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, anybody in the community who wanted to do business. It's a 3-year program. So for the first 2 years, anyone who had a business idea would not pay any rent, but by the end of the 3-year program, they would have to be generating income and paying lease. And that 3 years, over the 3 years, it would get them up to the standard which you, Chairman Watson, said DHHL would need to see in order to support more Native Hawaiian businesses at the mall. I don't know if you remember, I had like a 5-minute talk with you at the governor's mansion where I pitched this idea, and you were very open. But you were very clear that it needed to generate business, you know, and so we took that to heart. We structured the proposal in that way. I don't know if you know about these federal grants, but if you're asking for almost $20 million, you get about $2 million in indirect costs. And the way we structured the program, the bulk of those indirect costs would be made available to the beneficiary, the Hawaiian homestead groups, for them to build capacity. So what we saw as we worked on this idea with Pono was that, yeah, there's a lot of interest, but the capacity attached to that interest is not really where it needs to be. So this was a 3-year program meant to support that. Other things we included in the proposal is that the homestead associations would form the governance body for the program. Recycle Hawaii, we're just going to be in the back taking the cardboard. We're just going to be in the back taking the worms. The food scraps and feeding them to worms. We're going to set up a system where there would be reusable takeout containers that would get washed, sterilized, and put back into use. We're completely in the back. But we've turned all of the retail opportunity because there's no way that PKP is going to let us come in there and start doing this stuff in the back unless we rent retail space in the front. And we had no use for that retail space, so we said, we're going to turn it over to the community. And I have to say, everybody that we talked to about this idea was very supportive, supportive in terms of reducing the climate impact of the mall. There's a pollution prevention component. Everybody was supportive. And we heard so many ideas, again, coming from the community, people who want to do business there, but they need support. So I'm sorry to just spring this on you here at this meeting, but these grant proposals, the program is very competitive. We had to do what we could do. We got it in. It's a foot in the door. We'll see if it gets funded. But the main point I want to make is that, you know, as a professional program developer, our organization, we have numerous grants with the EPA. There's a ton of money coming out of the EPA. There's a whole lot of low interest funding coming out. All of it, I've never seen a project more well-suited to a grant program than what we proposed for Prince Carrillo Plaza. The last thing I'll say is we did meet with Daniel Kea and Brookfield. They also were very supportive. We found them very amenable, especially to these ideas that somehow the mall could become a model for climate action. We would be tracking the amount of cardboard we diverted. We had a lot of creative ideas and they were very supportive. So all of that said, my recommendation to you today is I would really encourage you not to take the next step, but to put out an RFI and to just put out to the community who is interested, what ideas are out there, what funding is available. Because I can tell you there's a lot of funding available for community-based projects, which are not only looking at retail, but also looking to address climate and pollution. And all of this aligns perfectly with your plan and DHHL's own sustainability goals.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Okay, the commission will Carl.
Turn to my paperwork supposedly. Okay, sorry. Good morning, commissioners. I'd like to get back to the agenda item. A lot of talking about stuff and everything, but let's go back to the agenda item. The extension of the lease of Brookfield for the Prince Carrillo Plaza. Bill 499 was not signed by Governor Ige in 2022, therefore it became Act 236. Just so that we have a little history, law. It involves a 40-year extension of public lands leases before termination of existing leases. That time, October, Robert T. Anderson, solicitor of the Department of Interior, sends a letter responding to their concerns to former Chairman Ayla, Attorney General of the State of Hawaii, Hale Shikara, Governor Ige. I'm opposing this for the very reason that the extension that is provided to public lands was kind of like had this idea that Hawaiian Homes was included. In the solicitor's letter to the department, the governor and the AG differed. So that's what we're discussing today, is the opinion between the DHHL and AG and the solicitor, which to my knowledge, there has been nothing coming from DHHL responding to the Department of Interior of how you're gonna fix this pilikia between them and you, the two trustees of this beautiful act. I would like to bring up that it wasn't like they said inside the letter that, oh, they just have a concern. It was deep concern. And the actions of the state trusts, including Hawaiian Homelands as part of Act 236, they felt that they had to question it because of the amount of encumbrances it was going to be placed on the land as well as the money, the funding. I'd like to also point out that Prince Kuyo Plaza actually got their lease from October 1st, 1977. And it goes all the way to 42, I guess. Now, if we put the extension on this particular parcel, if we allow it to happen to this parcel, you're setting a precedence of a 40-year extension before the lease terminates. I have been waiting for this lease, or, in our community, because when you first get a lease, in 1995, when you first got a lease, there was 3 bodies that could apply for the lease. You have to have a native Hawaiian. You have to be an individual, a native Hawaiian business, or you could be an association, a homestead association. But as I looked at the Palapala in 1995, because Walmart, well, actually not Walmart, Waikea Center, we went into looking at that particular parcel and found out that in the general lease 245, there is a stipulation that the native Hawaiian sits there for only 7 years. After that, you don't need the native Hawaiian anymore. What's up with that? So my question today is, do we wait 19 years and then extend where we can possibly, as the Homestead Association, be able to put in a bid for that property? There's many ideas coming up today, but where is the Native Hawaiian Beneficiary Association in the development of our own community-based things that we do? It's our opportunity to build our communities how we want to see it. We've had, Kiokaha comes up 100 years. That place looks the same. In 2016, we are added as beneficiary consultants under the federal, CFR. And so I come to you today to say that first and foremost, can we acknowledge to the Department of Interior the letter that was sent back in 22? I think we're kind of like, because you disagree with it, they're asking because there was a process by which they're asking you folks to provide regarding the relationship the state of Hawaii has in a compact with the Department of Interior Secretary. And if there's a disagreement, you still need to address that. Otherwise, how can you today make a decision regarding anything that hasn't been punny, never punny? And I would also like to say that, I'm going to bring up something. When I'm talking about precedents, one, okay? I'm looking at this report that we get. It talks about the amount of land for general leases. And this is an old report because I never get the new one. It's in 2020. The leases for general leases is 2,826 acres. Licenses, 22,893. Right of entry, 38,671. I'm sure it increased from 2020. House lot leases, 99 9,933. And these are annual leases. And this what annual lease rentals that you get from the general lease license right of entry, you know, and I'm just like going, something bothers me. That when we're gonna set the precedence, what's gonna stop this body from giving 2,826 general leases, extensions, 40 more year extensions? When you look at the past general leases or leases of even the industrial properties of 65 years, if you were to, at that time, have this done, yeah, that you know, this accepting of a 40-year lease or whatever, we wouldn't have been able to get our businesses, quite frankly, online. Because, and a lot of these leases back in the 60s and 70s that was not given to Native Hawaiians. So you would be perpetuating this motion of giving non-Hawaiians extensions. You're not going to be here to stop that action. In fact, who's to stop the next commission to say, oh, let's go to 60 years? And then eventually, when do we say that this is Hawaiian homelands for us, the beneficiaries? And so I want to change the tide by saying, I'm waiting my turn to come and say, I'm sorry, but why didn't you fix the problems? You have 19 years on this lease, Brookfield. Why did you not do a 30-year loan 11 years ago? 11 years ago. So you would have had a 30-year loan to improve it and make us know that you were really interested in this property. If you've seen that property now, it looks like trash. And what I'm seeing is, if we don't get the extension, Kauilani, and I was told this, that we cannot fix our problems. But that's not my fault. It's not our beneficiaries' fault. To some degree, it's you folks, because the 19 years should have been discussed with your land management and brought before this commission, before, like Ayla, Masugatani. But it's called watchful eyes. Watchful eyes. And I'm just saying that your actions today, how can you even talk about this before you folks address the Department of Interior? Because they're the other trustees. Because you put us in a very contrary position. Very contrary as beneficiaries. When you folks don't have the same look at what we're looking at here. We're the products of what you folks decide, both of you. There is this vote called Kanalua, and that's done when you do not have enough information to make a critical decision such as this. You are setting a precedence of how our land will be used by non-Hawaiians. Because many of these general leases right now are not Native Hawaiians. And then to top it off, you have inside of your lease agreements that you only need to own this property as a Native Hawaiian individual or a business owning 51% of the shares of these people and or the associations. We don't have an opportunity after 7 years, and yet you have these times inside here that says that you go back in and you reopen your negotiations. And I'm going to say something. At the legislative level, on the Senate hearing regarding 499, many of the senators that opposed 499 stated this: why are we fixing something that's not broken? They have inside, built into this system for our lands, to be reopened, renegotiated, money, whatever, us changing the bid, whatever you can, do you have these opportunities within the 65-year term? Why do they need an extension? When do we, if you're saying that only 7 years for a native Hawaiian to get access to it, when do we get in there? If they keep on moving the deadline. Please, Michael, I ask you represent us properly. And Honolulu is saying, you guys could do what you need to do. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. The commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-584 HRS. Oh, okay. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for the leeway. Aloha, honorable commissioners, Chair Watson. Thank you for your time and thank you for your work. You have a lot of materials before you about this issue. My name is Laura Acasio, former state senator for District 1. 2021, I was at the legislature when this HB 499 was discussed, and I just wanted to give just a brief testimony on some of the nuances on the floor session. So there were 9 senators who voted in opposition. It was, as you know, very controversial to begin with in terms of even extending land leases for state lands, DLNR. So when folks voted in opposition, in fact, when it came to the floor, there were some legislators, Senator Favela and myself, brought a floor amendment to propose exempting DHHL as well. In the current language, UH leased lands are also exempted. So it is an interesting conversation when you look at the legal language of allowing DHHL to be included when it is governed by a separate act, Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And so I just wanted to bring that legislative history to this moment just to recognize and that was attempted. It was a failed floor amendment. However, that is, I believe, why a good amount of the 9 legislators voted in opposition, was because it includes DHHL and the legal conflict that you folks are looking at. So thank you for the time. And again, thank you, Chair, for the leeway.
Thank you. Okay, the commission will convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-584 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's power, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, we're gonna recess and we'll reconvene. We're gonna do one.
Where are we going? In here?
We'll just stay here. The commissioner will stay here. 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock PM when it will finish its deliberation action on item F2. Thank you. The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed its powers, duties, and liability related to the prospective extension of General Lease 202. Okay,
Wait.
and we're back to F2 regarding the extension. Okay, we already had Laura Casio testify. Any other further questions before we vote on it, or statements that anybody wants to make?
Chair, I recused myself from the vote because I'm conflicted.
Do you want to put it on the record?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kahana. I just want to go on record so everyone hears that this action that we're considering is just to enter in, not just, but to enter into an agreement, a negotiation agreement to develop a plan between the lessee and DHHL.
Correct.
This is not about extending the lease. So this development plan will be negotiated, after which LMD at some future point in time will come forth to the commission with the plan, perhaps do a presentation ahead of consideration if we get to that point for extension. A couple things that I recall from testimony is the legal concerns with the Department of the Interior. And so that definitely is something that will be taken under consideration. The other big point I heard was to have beneficiaries, Native Hawaiians involved in being able to do perhaps mercantile and other business activity at Prinsky Hill Mall or Prinsky Hill Plaza. And so that's something we discussed, and I myself are in 100% support. We have Native Hawaiians out there that can come forward with plans and to participate and be part of this negotiations that the plan will ultimately, come forth in the future. I support that 100%.
Commissioner Freitas?
Kind of touch on some of the things that Commissioner Kelikini was saying. Yes, this is a very sensitive, tough topic. But like you expressed earlier, we're just giving authorization for a chair to basically talk stories and to enter into potential negotiations. Now, in that process, there also will be beneficiary consultation. And collectively, as a commission, we all understand the importance of involving our Native Hawaiian communities in that process and trying to implement them in the overall plan, strategic plan of this entity moving forward, if we are to move forward. So I just wanted to be on the record with that as well too. Thank you.
Okay, let me also say, that shopping center is a real important asset. It provides jobs, is a business environment that makes it part of the overall situation with our communities. I mean, that has to be a part of our homesteading communities, a place where you can have a business, you can get a job, you can, just add to the total picture for our homesteading communities. This particular mall is on the decline. It needs improvements. So in order to, from a business perspective, to make that happen, an extension is warranted and is necessary, I think. But I think in the process, we need to be somewhat supportive in that, not only is the mall in decline, but it's my understanding that Sears is basically abandoned and they have about 2 years left. So there's maybe an opportunity there where we can get the beneficiaries, not only as possibly some kind of business enterprise, but also maybe we could, as has been done on the mainland, convert abandoned mall areas into residential opportunities for our beneficiaries. So there's a lot of things that, as well as our beneficiaries, those that are interested in business, as was testified to, I think there's a lack of support. maybe the department isn't set up for, providing the kind of support in business loans. But we do have a kind of like a sister agency in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs that they do have a lot of resources. So I invite them as well as the trustees to also start to actively work with our beneficiaries on enterprise, on DHHL lands. So there's more to just doing an extension. There's an impact, and hopefully a positive impact, as well as opportunities that we can take advantage of. But like I said, this particular area is a very important part of our community. And I think we need to be supportive, but more importantly, work with our beneficiaries. And we will be doing that moving forward. So at this time, I'd like to have someone take a motion or make the motion.
You mentioned OHA. OHA just want to open an office, the new office, at a competitor shopping center. 2100 Guaynabo Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe
Pat, that's actually a good question and comment, or I don't know if it's a criticism, but hey, Pat, step forward, talk to OHA. I'd be more than, no, you don't have to step forward to them. Yeah. So I do expect you to step forward, but let's do it in a constructive way. I think your comments are timely. Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, any further discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Let's see, next item on the agenda. Thank you, Kana. Okay, C1, for information only, DHHL in-house building permit process. Tim Liu?
Good afternoon.
Okay, Tim, if you can introduce yourself and then also explain your position at the department.
Correct. For the record, Timothy Hugh. Kali has called me out of retirement.
Welcome.
Currently I'm working on a Department of Hawaiian Homeland's internal building permit. For the record, I used to be the Deputy Director at Department of Planning and Permitting. Spent 32 years administering building permits. I was a member of the State Building Code Council and part of the State Hazard Mitigation Council, so I have some understanding of the building permits. For the subject building permit that we issued for the Yorktown Rehab project in Kaliloa, I wanted to describe that project so that there would be some understanding. This is a rehab building of a former military headquarters in the corner of Yorktown Enterprise in Kaliloa. This building is going to be rehabbed for use as temporary housing for homeless Native Hawaiian beneficiaries that are on the wait list. They will not be removed from the wait list, but this will give them an opportunity to take them and put them in transitional housing. This project was a very good project to use as a pilot for the process that would need to undergo for a building permit. This project was reviewed by staff internally of Hawaiian Homelands for the requirements for issuance of a building permit. The project, we estimate, saved the department 6 months to 18 months for development because it did not go through the City and County of Honolulu building permit process. The project is currently under construction, and the existing road is under state jurisdiction. The sewer and water is private, not a city and county infrastructure. And the electrical is Hawaiian Electric. It will be supplemented by PV installation. So this project was a very good project to use as a pilot to undergo a process of a building permit so that the department could be, and so that the staff could be familiar with what a building permit process would be. There is an effort underway to evaluate the existing infrastructure or staffing of the department. There are many individuals that are getting trained to administer a building permit internally. There will be enough effort to expand the building permit process for the department on selective projects. The current plan is to expand it to projects that has the least amount of impact on county resources infrastructure. This would apply to all counties of the state of Hawaii, but specifically the first phase would be the city and county Honolulu first.
Then Tim, after that, are you also looking at the commercial side?
Oh, yes, very good point. The building permit primary would be residential, but there is an effort also to have a process where commercial type projects would be also permitted by the department. The objective here is, of course, to provide better service to the beneficiaries, because I believe that the department can provide building permits faster than the counties. So there will be an effort to streamline the process for both the homesteaders for residential and for selected commercial type of projects that would be undergoing this internal building permit process.
What about the accessory dwelling units or supplemental dwelling units, as well as the Ohana units?
That would be probably the next step, next phase of building permits. That is a permit that we're currently looking at as an application to start within the Honolulu city with plans to expand to the other counties. Yes.
See, and regarding this internal issuance of permits, would that have any adverse impact on, say, insurance or ability for the homeowner to get insurance?
No, the objective is to create a building permit equivalent or better than the other counties. It would therefore be accepted by lending institutions, private institutions. It would be recognized a permit issued by a governmental agency authorized to do so.
And so with respect to our Act 279 projects, the 20-something, is the plan to also, use this approach to move these projects along so we can build them quicker and get them up quicker for our beneficiaries so they can start moving in a lot quicker? Is that it?
The objective is to process as many building permits that we find doable by the department. So yes, we are moving in that direction. I can't promise you when that will occur physically, but we are moving in that direction. And this pilot permit is an example of a permit that was processed internally with the existing staff and existing resources.
Okay, any questions?
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, Tim, thank you for your presentation. Currently, the department does a sort of a cursory inspection of permits and stuff. I'm thinking more so on the residential side. So this is going to expand to now a official permit from the department. Is that correct?
That's correct. We will increase the review of the plans to a greater detail. as well as inspections.
Okay.
That's
yeah,
what
so-
we're doing now.
Right. So on the inspection side, how do you propose to do inspections throughout the entire Paina, eight islands? Have you looked
First,
at, don't smile. Have you looked at how many active permits we have right now and how are we going to get, the inspectors for all the different trades, right?
currently, we only have one active building permit, so so
That's
it's
you.
manageable. But the reality is that we will, of course, try to hire staff, but we would also use contract employees, companies that would be able to provide that type of service.
Okay, that, one other thing why we have Kuleana land that we're getting ready to do, we have Kuleana development, so that would sort of eliminate our need for a architect. So that would be something that would be taken over by the permit process as well.
The permit process would still conform to the state requirements for licensed architects. Where exceptions would apply, that same exception would apply with the Hawaiian Homelands projects as well.
Well, good luck and welcome back from your retirement. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Kelly, for inviting me back and giving me this challenge.
Yeah. Just move it along, man.
Will do so.
Commissioner Freitas?
Yeah, thank you. Good luck, all the above, but this is huge, I think, for our beneficiaries, especially, streamlining the permit process, to get them on the INI, get in their homes faster. We all know that the permit process has a lot of problems. And a lot of times, from the time the loan is accepted to the time they actually move in, the cost of materials and labor spikes. So to streamline that process, make it faster and more efficient is great. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just assure all the people out there that just because we're streamlining the process, it doesn't mean we're taking shortcuts. I mean, we're still going and evaluating each the plans that are done by licensed architects, making sure that they comply with the building codes for the different counties. Then also, we will monitor the construction so that the work is done properly. And this, it's not just limited to these, small little projects. We're talking about the large ones. My anticipation in the coming years, we're going to be doing something like 6,000 new homesteads. But we also have 8,500 existing homesteads that there's a real opportunity for those with existing to do an accessory dwelling unit. Or a supplemental rental unit, or what I call a ohana unit. I've been working with the both the city and county of Honolulu as well as the state. John, we call it, what is his name? I mean, John is the homeless czar in Honolulu. And so one of the things that we're looking at doing is, when you look at the homeless out there, a lot of them come from existing homesteads, partly because the homesteads are overcrowded. There's 20 people living in one homestead. And then more so, you have, the units are somewhat dilapidated. So there's a need for additional, not only new units, but rehabilitated units, which you want to do that. But there's also a need for some kind of additional expansion of these existing homesteads. And that's where the ohana units are. And we call them ohana units because they're geared towards, family members that have been displaced for whatever reason from an existing homestead. We want them to come back. So we're going to do a pilot project on Oahu, and with intent to maybe expand it to the outer islands, where we build ohana units so that people can come back to their families and have a place where, it's safe, it's well constructed, and more importantly, it's you also have the support of your existing family. There's a lot of time with the times with the homeless, they don't have a place to live, but even if they do, they don't have the support. So if we can bring them back to an existing homestead where their family is there, even better, because they have a vested interest in helping, a family member. So we're excited about that project. So that's something we're going to be doing. But again, in order to do that, we can't be waiting a year for the Department of Planning and Permitting to issue a permit. That doesn't work. So that's why I brought Tim back, and, you know, we welcome him, and we're expecting a lot of things out of him. But more importantly, I think, again, it all goes to options to the homestead communities as well as the families. You know, if you want to put I mean, you with a half-acre or 1 acre lot, especially like in Nanakula and these other areas, the old homestead, you got big lots. You can put a lot on there. And then we've also got the city and county to kind of ease up on the utility capacity limitations. So we're going to get a lot of these things up. And so even in Keaukaha, we're looking at doing some of this. So anyway, we got a lot of stuff on our plate, and so we're moving forward. Okay, any other questions about the building permit process or?
Sure, I just have a question for Tim. So Tim, as we move on from Yorktown into other developments, currently we have a development in on Kauai and Anahola where we're putting in homes. As we start moving to each island, to each county, will you be advising us that we'll be going through the DHHL permitting process, or are we doing all permits now? We send them all to your office today.
The intent is, yes, we'll expand it to the neighboring islands as our resources and capacity builds to that purpose. Yeah.
And also for your staff, are you recruiting, and is it on our website as far as recruiting, you know, people for the inspection side more than anything at this point on the outer islands or so? I don't know how you're going to operate your inspectors all from Honolulu.
Well, currently the focus is on this island because we have the most resources here, but of course it's not against, it's not within our immediate task to man that up, but we are looking at how we are going to be able to service the other counties. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, we have some testifiers. Pat Viola.
Again, Mr. Chair, thank you, members of the commission, the opportunity to speak to this subject matter. Your reassurances that this was not an opportunity to fast track anything. However, it appears, there's some questions that come forward for me having to, when I built my home and having to go through a county processing. First of all, without complying to my lease, it's on our lease that says I gotta comply to state and county permitting process. So will that change? Will your lease change? Will our leases change? That will now say you don't need to comply to state and county. We just got to comply to Hawaiian Homes permitting process.
Well, it incorporates the building code.
Yeah, but I'm not complying to the building code. It says I got to comply to the county's building code, to county standard, not to Hawaiian Home standard. Which you're saying are going to be the same thing. They're going to be exactly the same thing. Okay, so then the leases are going to be changed then.
Your house is already built, right? So
Yeah,
you don't need a permit.
I'm just trying to get that detail so that, because I've got again, you know, it's a year ago I've been asking for a loan for my daughter,
right,
who cannot get the money because of the airport noise that goes through her property. So that's it's not about the permitting process. It's because the lots that are in close proximity to the Hilo Airport that I'm having a problem with. And then again, will that, because we're incorporating the county, is there a guarantee that the ELCO will give us the temporary power? That because you need a county permit to get power brought to your property, the temporary power. For them to put your water meter to your property, you don't do it, you can't get them to do it without a building permit from the county. So those are the questions that are, that I have in my mind. If this thing is fast tracked, based on, in-house, permitting process. And, I would want to leave you with this. I right now have a 5.8 acre ag lot. I've got 3 children that's been on the wait list for over 30 years. Can I do 3 ADUs and bring them all home? And you can clean up 3 people off the wait list using your processing of your county processing, and then I can start having them move in, build homes, start tomorrow.
We definitely can work with you. I know the rules allow for just 1 ADU. I don't believe they allow
In Hilo,
for
they
an
allow
ag lot.
3 on ag lots.
Not on ag lot. You can't do
Mr.
3
Chair,
ADUs on
Mr.
ag
Chair,
lot.
you just did 3.
Now we're talking about permitting. Now what you can build on there, you
Yeah,
gotta go
well,
with
they
the-
allow 3,000 square foot ADUs on ag
not
lots.
on ag lot.
Hawaii County does.
Well, not on our ag lot.
That's my point.
What is your
Do I follow your ag? Do I see, that's what I'm saying. The ag lot the ag in Hilo, they just passed a bill that says you can have 3,000 square foot lots. Excuse me, 3,000 square foot buildings, ADUs.
We can take a look at it,
Okay.
Pat. I'm all for, especially if you can do it in a way to help our beneficiaries, we'll do it.
And that's my whole purpose.
Right.
Is to be
And that's
sure
my
that-
purpose
that
too.
the
We'll take a look at it,
that
not
the
to say you
beneficiaries
can't do it,
and,
but we
I
gotta
may
fall
be
within. our rules.
biased. I may be biased because I have 3 beneficiaries still.
No, and
Thank you.
I appreciate you trying to help your
Absolutely.
your
Thank you.
beneficiary. Okay, Cora Schnackenberg.
Aloha. This is Cora
Oh, zoom
Schnackenberg.
in on us. Okay.
Today I'm on sorry, I'm on
Okay,
Zoom.
no problem.
I do have a few concerns. I mean, I think for one thing, I'm excited because we can get the home built for our people, but there are some stuff that I think we need to kind of look at. The county process, they also go through their own planning commission, like Molokai. You got to go through them, just like how we go through our commissioners, you know. The other thing I like to know is, I'm not going to make an assumption. I'm going to ask a stupid question. Is our commissioners, because it's in-house, right? I mean, I would assume that our commissioners are also involved in that process, you know, because of mistrust, you know, and that was my concern. One was the County of Maui have their own process, and that is through the planning commissioners. We have one in Molokai. I don't know how that would all look like with you folks, but I would assume that there would have to be some kuka between Maui County process and with DHHL. My other concern was, again, making sure that the beneficiaries, as well with the commissioners, that they would be involved in this process. The in-house building permitting, I get a little bit nervous, but I also excited at the same time. There's, you know, always creating rules, new rules that we got to follow. and sometimes it's not being enforced. You know, I like to think what goes for one goes for all. Sometimes that's not the case. And so those are my concerns, Commissioner. The other thing that you talked about was options, giving our beneficiaries options on how things are done, giving them option, the different ways they would like to choose how they want to live, or the structure within their dwelling. There's many projects, especially the ag subsistence lot. They don't need to build. They should be given an award so that they can plant and farm. They don't need that. So they're not residential. Pastoral, the same thing. Why are there a wait list on pastoral and ag when they don't need bill? So anyway, those are the low hanging fruits. So I try to wrap my head around that as well. So, you know, with this planning process, I like to think it'll expedite our people to get off the wait list and into their homes. But an example is right now is the hanging fruit, the low fruit, and that is the pastoral and ag. So what is the holdup? They don't need this process. They don't need money to build a residential, although there's an option. But
That's right.
Why aren't they on their land to produce crops for their food? You know that the other islands pay big bucks for importing food and gas. So totally asking the commissioners and you, Chair, to consider the low hanging fruit first. There's no need wait. They can be awarded. Mahalo.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. On the subsistence ag lot, that is an option to put a residence on. So you're correct. That's a choice. Okay, the next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I should be asking about this program. And that is in 1985, Hawaii High received accelerated awards, which means we had no infrastructure. But we had an award. The problem was we couldn't build nothing because the county permitting could not allow it. One of the programs we wanted to do was a program you had, Chair, on the like storage buildings. And the county told us we cannot use that because it was too hot and health-wise, but it withstood all the wind and whatnot. So those were options that the community wanted to use in order to transition from wherever they live, not on this island, and not even on the east or the west side. So it was an option for housing for the beneficiaries. We also asked for a kupuna housing across the gulch because they told us we need water. So we went that side. The water is on that side. We got to buy from that side to bring it across the gulch for us. So we figured we put a transitional housing or kupuna housing on that side. It's the department told us no. The building department said, yeah. The department told us no. So we took that program and went to the transitional housing and put them on Queen Emma land. We had no problem over there. So we're trying to look for opportunities to get these families that are on the wait list off the wait list. But it's the department that's holding us up. So I have a concern like Uncle Patrick on how to use this in-house permitting and how the beneficiaries can jump on a program and do it in a better fashion that the lessees or the applicants or the wait list can utilize this kind of a problem. The problem is the Hawaiian homes. and without any beneficiary consultation. You know, they did one of these things in Papakolea too. So you're talking about Honolulu, you guys gonna try this program in Honolulu. Papakolea started that off. You know what I mean? So now the mayor of our county, his initiative is affordable housing. The potential for, or the opportunity to build affordable housing is the county that's initiated. It's the department tell us no. The department will like talk to us. We have no communication. You can talk to them, but they never reply to you. I mean, even my commissioner over there, he's listening. I ask him. If you don't get an answer, what Kauai High supposed to do?
Okay,
this-
Jojo, thank you very much. We got
No, but my
quite a
question
few other
is,
testifiers.
yeah, but if you
You
can
got a lot
answer
of
my
questions, you know.
question, yeah,
Yeah,
if you can answer it. Thank you.
okay, thank you. The next testifier, Aina Aloha Ione.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
I'm Aina Aloha Ioane. I'm the current president of MAHA, Malama Ka'aina Hana Ka'aina, which is a community association that represents the beneficiaries residing in Kings Landing as we go through our settlement plan. I'd like to first say that I'm really excited for this opportunity for us as a Lahui to be taking all processes into our own hands. So mahalo nui for this. My question is, and I know Commissioner Nevis has brought this up, but I think I'd like to ask for a little bit more clarification. Will this process expand into the Kuleana subsistence agriculture homesteading opportunities? And if and when it does expand into there, I'd like us to stay open-minded about the opportunities that we could have on Kuleana subsistence ag, especially with relaxing the universal building code in order to offer opportunities for our beneficiaries at different economic capacity to be able to afford living on the Aina. Currently at Kings Landing, we have no county infrastructure. There is no county road, there is no Helco electric, there is no sewer hookup, there is no water. So there is no need currently to stay strictly to the current county codes. So I'd like to ask for the opportunity that we keep that in mind as this process moves over from Oahu onto Mokuokeawe.
Sure. Thank you. Let's see, Kapua, Kilikoa Kamai.
Aloha, and thank you again. Thank you, Commissioner Watson, for for actually bringing out of retirement, Mr. Hui or Hugh. We do need this permitting process standardized within the department that will, to the best of its ability, comply with the county standards and requirements. One of the things that I'm concerned of is the inspections of the homes and the land condition. I've been blessed for over 30 years with this house that I reside in Waianae Valley. And since that time, I have heard of other homes, other beneficiaries, and read of other Aina that we have developed homestead communities on that really are poor quality and that we shouldn't have developed those homes so soon. So I just want to make sure that not only are we incorporating an in-house unit that will either comply with the various counties' requirements and or be creative and innovative enough to meet the needs of the beneficiaries. But once those plans have been done, we need to make sure that before the department accepts any of these developed home projects, and I'm talking about the large developments primarily, that do high quality inspections. Because it's so unfortunate when we hear our beneficiaries come to our commissioners with the various problems that they've had from year one to decades later. So I'm very glad that you brought this individual and the people that he's going to be bringing on. I think that'll be money well spent, but it's best spent when the house is done the right way the first time, because it will be our forever homes. And again, I want to thank you, all commissioners, for all that you do. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Edwin Miranda.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Edwin Miranda. I'm a DC over here at Keaukaha. And I think it's kind of great that you guys are trying to start something to help out the homesteaders, especially in the processing business. As Bada put out that they're trying to work it out so we can help the homesteaders. Let's kind of go back about the history part a little bit, because there was a situation, when I go up, at Maui, in Molokai, one of the things that we don't have to follow the conditions of the county and ordinances. Now, that's the only way I can see that's going to create a separate process between the county and what Hawaiian Home is trying to build. Now, Brada, if he goes along with the same process you're going, there's no difference in the permit process for some reason. Okay, none of you has probably even walked through the process, starting with the application. Bingo, Brad, I give them to you. And then let's see which one comes out faster. Now, if we took away the conditions and ordinance of the stuff, I like to think that the way we wanted it, the way it was put in it for us, other than, and I'll get back to that. Other than, the way they want to do it, the county way. We take away a couple processes out of the play. But it's only because it comes back into our department. That's to follow up on that. Okay? If we still yet. And so, I don't think he's walked through the process of his thoughts of what we're trying to do, what he wants to do for us. Because if it's the same way as it's been going on all the time, then it wasn't even a thought process at all, because he didn't have any reasons to think how it would turn out, what would be the impact, what is the timeline. There's no timeline right now for the homesteaders to even believe into this because of their past dealings with the present process. So kind of think of something like, we want to make something our own, not from somebody else. We don't want to pull it out of their book. Let's start developing our own book. There was supposed to be so much more things that should have been in our books. We should have, right now, he's already told you, one inspector. It's the same thing like the Department of Interior when they first brought out the 2 people. They only had 2 people, had Kaloy and his secretary. And now they're up to 6 people now. And that's why I call them Mulder and Scully, because nobody wants to hear them what they have to say. Just like the X-Files, they want to brush that away. So don't try to cover up something with more kind of stuff on top of it. You got to take away these layers and then make it our own. But you know what? We're still going to have to be responsible for our decisions. But we hate it when it comes from other guys' decisions screwing up our dreams. And then don't put us down that road. If you're going to stand over here, stand tall, get in the battle, accept us gods. Because that's what we are going through right now. Just look at the people behind me. That's what we go through. Okay? Now, granted, some of you will be homesteaders. But remember, in this capacity, right now, you're not looking home, like in our eyes, you are looking not like homesteaders, you are looking like the process that we got to go through. Forgive me, but just think of something that is ours, only ours, not the state like that. Because you know what? We're supposed to stop these problems to our generation behind us, but it's clearly, it keeps on going because I don't know what your guys' vision is, but your vision was supposed to be try to kind of do better for our people. You're supposed to help us build homes. You're supposed to help us build resources, but we're only selling our resources away. We're getting the real small stuff. Come on, we should have had so much things going for us, but when you attach the two bosses, I don't know, that's never gonna work. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh,
Aloha, my name is Chanel Josiah. I'm the Community Development Director with Hawaii Community Lending. I wanted to just comment on Chair's comment about having 85 existing homesteads that can potentially do SDUs. This is true, but I also wanted to bring to light that most recently, we have somebody going through the SDU process right now, and they were actually denied insurance because the existing dwelling that they have, which is an older homestead built in the late 50s in Anahola, they were denied insurance because the existing dwelling that is there is not up to code. So in order to do the SDU and proceed, they have to update also the existing unit. So this is just something I just wanted to put on the record so that folks know for information purposes. And then also wanted to highlight on options. I hear comments about options, and there are a lot of options. I'm also hearing some of the challenges that some beneficiaries have been sharing was pre-technical assistance that HCL provides at no cost. We help folks go through the buying process or primarily construction process, specifically on homestead. So we can help navigate those permitting processes. One favorable option that beneficiaries want to see more of is vacant lot construction. Why? Because Davis-Bacon with turnkey, even through Nahasda, it skyrockets the cost. And it goes over what the appraisal values are. We see anything between 60,000 and 150,000 over what the appraisal value is. So folks are having to come out of that out of their pocket, and they don't got that, right? So oftentimes they come to us after and they look for help. We will help them navigate the process with choosing the plans. Why I say vacant lot construction is probably the best option right now, given the economic standing of most of our families, is that we have cost control. We have so much more cost control when it comes to that. And we work closely with contractors, building suppliers, and also the commission to get folks on the INA so that they can achieve that. So I just wanted to provide that for informational purposes only. Mahalo.
okay, thank you, Chanel. Okay, next item on the agenda, C2, for information only, Act 279. Yeah. Oh.
Apologies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bo Kahui, and I'm the Executive Director for Laiopua Community Development Corporation, a nonprofit out in the villages of Laie. About a week or two ago, Mayor Roth signed Bill 123. And under Bill 123, the purpose of the bill was to increase affordable housing supply and help residents who are being priced out of their homes. The benefits for this bill was to create rental income to help homeowners, and in this case, leasees, to pay for their mortgages and property taxes. And by the way, we pay property taxes here on this island. I don't know about the other island, but on the big island, we pay property. We don't pay the land tax. We pay the building tax. In addition, they wanted to make it accessible, single level living for Puna aging in place. That was central, I think, to this legislation. And a way for prospective homeowners to buy and save for their first home. So there's so many benefits to the ADU and SDU program that I think offers really a sharp look at that in relation to, I think, the permitting process in the department. I want to comment, the department has its sovereign land use power. And in previous times, the commission chair can just sign the letter to the county, applying specific zoning to specific areas for specific reasons, and they sign off, and it's done. It is central that I think commission empower themselves to use this tool to apply, I think, even these new measures for the building code as you move forward. When we look at the takeaway, the ADUs were legalized in Hawaii in September 2015, long time. The ordinance dictates that ADUs can be built only on lots zoned for residential. This is for Hawaii County, for residential or county districts used with adequate infrastructure. So they have to have sewer, water, and so on, electrical. Homeowners must reside on the property, ensuring active participation in the community and responsible tenancy. I think the covenant mapping the land must be recorded, declaring the ADU, and in this case, be attached to the lease. I mean, it's simple. You're going to build an ADU, it's going to be attached to the lease. And then, of course, it requires a lot of planning and and working with an architect to bring these plans forward. And I highly recommend that because you want to put up an ADU on your property that is it's going to be efficient. So, lastly, the county did approve 3 ADUs on 3,500 square foot lots. 3 ADUs on 3,500 square foot lots. We have RS5, residential 5,000 square foot lots in the villages of Laiapua. So, maybe 1, possibly 2, tiny home that can go on there, but not much more. So thank you for this opportunity. I think when we look at the permitting process, I'd encourage the commission to use their powers because it is within your power and your sovereign right to execute, I think, a permitting process that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C2, Information Only Act 279 PIG report and recommendations.
So I do not have anything on the 4 slides, but I do want to present. My name is Kalani Frondler for the record, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. And for informational purposes, we had provided a report that was presented and reviewed and approved by the Permitted Interaction Group. And this was to restructure for the purpose, restructure some of the projects and the movement of it because there was projects that have been delayed. And so with those, we adjusted some of the funding. Thank you. Adjusted some of the funding to be able to move the projects that are ready. And so you will see in the in page 1 as well as 2, as it talked about the discussion, the purpose of shifting the funds from long-term projects to non-critical developments. And then there is also In the recommendations itself, it also mentions prioritizing the acquisition of Kunia. And one of the reasons for that is because that will provide us 1,200 residential lots and significantly reduce the Oahu wait list. And thirdly, it's the funding of critical due diligence and development expenses. So there are a list of, and you'll see this on the attachment at the very back of that, page 505 on the attachment. It states specifically where the monies had come from, what projects were are being impacted and where we are shifting the funds from, and to the projects that are high priority right now. And so some of the due diligence work that needs to be done, there are some additional monies that are required in Leali'i 1B because of some of the condition of the lands that we're dealing with. Next, we have some additional work that needs to be done in Kaupea and Kapolei, as well as some additional monies that are required for the lands that we had received in Eva Beach, which was the former NOAA site. And then lastly, some work that's going to be needed to move forward much of the lots, the increment 1 lots for Grove Farm. So with that, I just wanted to provide you guys a very high level recommendations that were considered by the permitted interaction group and for you guys to review for action on the next months. Thank you.
Oh, no question. Okay. Okay, Pat. Pat, why don't you just sit up front here? You want to come back forward.
Then, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, mahalo for allowing me this opportunity on the Information Only Act 279 permitted interaction group report. What I've heard from Mr. Fronda was just that I just would remind the just as long as the strategic plan, I know there's an update and we do have a new administrator, so his along with the PIGS report, there may be what appears to be some deviation from 279 monies, Act 279. And the deviations, I only raised the question of deviation because at the hearing of the last individual that was recommended to be the chair of this committee that deviated with the 279 strategic plan did not become the chair because there was a deviation. And now we have a chair that maybe is deviating from the original 279, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion, Mr. Chair. And so I need to that we clearly understand, and I will say this, that I clearly understand what Act 279 legislation was about. 279 legislation said this: the intent of that bill, the law that was signed by the legislature, was to get Native Hawaiian beneficiaries off of the wait list and to help them acquire home ownership, period. There was a 10% deviation from the $600 million, which would mean $60 million we could deviate. So the rest of it was to just do that. Clearly, the intent was to get our beneficiaries off of the wait list and help them acquire home ownership. So rentals, kupuna housing, ADUs, unless it was going to get someone off of the wait list, I don't think it's appropriate. And again, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Cora Hackenberg.
Aloha, mahalo again for allowing me this opportunity. I only have really short, I do have a question. On Molokai, there's 500 approximately, a little more, 500 leases. So the rest, they have somehow been able to either be simple way, I cannot speak for them, but there's a lot of our people that is on the wait list and somehow they've able to get one hale. So my question is, so these kupunas that are in age now and need to move in, with other families that is not in the Hawaiian homelands, is there room to consider building out ohana, addition, or is that only for Hawaiian homestead land that you can build? So, so there gotta be some room given the circumstances of our families. Again, I just want our commissioners involved in every, in-house makes me a little nervous because it also leave out certain people. And so I really would like our commissioners for items C1 and C2 to be involved always in the process and also our beneficiary consultation as well. That is my manao. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, let's find Jojo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, I have a question or two questions. Number one, on this Act 279, I guess it's on page 2, additional funding, I guess item A and B, additional funding. To build more houses, OHA came up with a down payment plan way back in 1985 when La'iopoa and Waihe'e and all those subdivisions were being built. And the beneficiaries couldn't afford the down payment for a house. I was wondering, does anybody know if it's possible to reinstate that for these waitlisters that need to build? Or if there's a reason why the department does not want to pick up that initiative again. And since it was Kalani that was making the presentation, I'm still trying to figure out about Kauai High's site visit. Can I get an answer as to when the commission will approve a site visit for Kailapa? Because that's land up there too. And it's in the regional plan for housing. So we need the water, we need the land, but we're going to end up in this 279 somehow because the department forgot to invite us into any discussion, and they forget we're the ones that wanted all this stuff. So communication is primary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kapua.
Aloha again and mahalo for letting me share. Regarding the pig and Act 279, I'm 100% behind Uncle Pat. It is to reduce the wait list. And I supported our Commissioner Watson at his hearing because he is a developer and he knows how to do things and who to work with. And like, for example, the people that he's pulled out of retirement and that he's acquired from other agencies or other businesses. So I do appreciate those actions. But in areas like our kupuna rentals or any type of rentals, if we were to use our Oahu rentals as an example, how many beneficiaries reside in the Waimanalo Kupuna homes. How many of them are non-beneficiaries? And then let's look at rentals in Nanakuli. How many of those are beneficiaries? Because that's not for our kupuna, that is housing. And how many are non-beneficiaries? So I am very concerned when we utilize HUD funding that is not limited to and specific for our beneficiaries. Anything that allows one non-beneficiary into a Hawaiian Homes funded and on Hawaiian home lands, housing does not serve our beneficiaries. Until we get the last 50%er housed, and we need to be clear with our terminology. We are speaking about beneficiaries because that is what the act says, 50% or more blood quantum. And as we know, it is very kaumaha because that is not what our prince wanted, and that is not what many of us want. But until that act is changed, we need to stand behind it 100%. So commissioners, I encourage you and Commissioner Chair Watson to get the numbers to the Waimanalo Kupuna homes, those rentals, and to the Halemakana o Nanakuli, those rentals, and ensure that all future rentals, which is not part of the act because the Prince again wanted us to have 99-year leases. But that's where our rent to own comes into play. Again, for the beneficiaries. So let's keep that front and foremost always. Mahalo.
Okay, the next agenda item, G4, for information only, draft environmental assessment. Fonzie for the Waiahuli economic development opportunity. Thank you for waiting all this time, for your patience.
Aloha Commission. My name is Bob Hall. I'm here representing the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association. I serve as their project manager and joint partner in their public-private partnership called We Do, which stands for Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunities. Joining me is our consultant, Katie Cullison from PBR. We're here to present for information the draft environmental assessment, which will be going out for public comment for the Waiahuli project on Maui. I know there's some different commissioners from when we first approached the commission with this initiative, but I'm happy to see those that are still here. This is the continuation of the Maui project, which we first brought to you back, I think, in 2019, when we're in Lahaina, exactly getting the right of entry back then. So thank you for your time. We'll be very quick. Our PowerPoint presentation is entitled We Do, Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunities, Draft Environmental Assessment. Next slide, please. Somebody get the clicker. Oh, they get them. Okay. Well, I just did the introductions. My name is Bob Hall. I'm also principal for a company called Pueo Development, LLC. My primary partner is Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead. We've forged a public-private partnership to work on development for their land site area being considered. And again, joining me is Katie Cullison from PBR Associates. Next slide, please. Our agenda is rather quick. We want to go over the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead, some background about that, the We Do background, our conceptual plan, draft assessment, and ultimately the environmental review process where we're at right now. And again, present an overview of the We Do draft environmental assessment, obtain feedback of the proposed plan, and to provide the commission with an update on the next steps. Waiahuli was established in 1999. It was formed their Hawaiian Homes Association back then. In 2005, they applied for and received their 501c3 designation. In 2007, they received the first 5 of 17 acres of land disposition within their community to do community projects for Waiahuli. Since 2010, Waiahuli's been active in determining regional plans, also participating in the Kulia Ikanu'u program that DHHL had back then to help communities create economic benefit. A little bit about We Do program. We Do, again, the acronym is for Waiahuli Economic Development Opportunities. It was created by the Homestead Organization. This is a grassroots initiated initiative. The homesteaders wanted to figure out a way to keep their families from having to continually move to the mainland for work or to live. They wanted to utilize the lessons that they've learned from the partnerships that they developed in developing their own community parcel from 2005. How they partnered with different contractors, private sector, financing, the whole shebang. And they also wanted to embrace the principle, basically, I believe it's a Prince Kuhio principle of self-reliance and sustainability. In November of 2018, the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association established this initiative called We Do. This is a quick chronology of the We Do effort. We followed the process given to us by DHHL, starting off with issuance of a right of entry back in, I believe, 2018, 2019, beneficiary consultation on Maui, moved forward and actually got a authorization for a special purpose revenue bond from the legislature back in 2021 for potential development once We Do was established. In June of 2022, Waiahuli did a presentation to the administrators at DHHL about this initiative. In September 2023, 2022, same year, we did a presentation to a commission in Lahaina on the We Do concept and proposal. Last year in October, Waiahuli was successful in getting the Hawaiian Homes Commission to issue it a 65-year general lease to 150 acres of land, upcountry Maui, adjoining Waiahuli. Since then, starting from the very next month, we started the DEA process with pre-consultation with all the agencies that are involved in that process. And we've continued to doing all the technical studies and evaluations since then up to this presentation today. Again, the We Do purpose, we wanted to provide short and long-term economic opportunities derived from developing a master plan community. Developing a community, building homes, that would be an end result. But for Waiahuli, it was positioning itself to be in charge of the work opportunities that would be derived from all the activity that they could negotiate for the development of this 150-acre parcel. It's basically positioning the Homestead Organization to be the lead in the development. They also talked about how we can secure and leverage public and private resources to support the proposed land uses. That's key because most homestead development relies solely on the department to support it and to get it off the ground. Waiahuli is convinced it can leverage private resources for educational purposes, for training purposes, and join DHHL in the infrastructure development of that 150-acre parcel, while at the same time providing home-based employment for the community right where they live and work. There are a lot of funding availability. It was stated before by one of the testifiers, from government for economic development, for education, for training. As of, for instance, Waiahuli is currently working with the different trades, trying to get entrepreneur programs joining with them on the site so that they can help lessen the cost of the development. And through a public-private partnership with contractors, professionals, and service providers, Waiahuli hopes to gain mentorship so they too can be the developer for tomorrow, the contractor, the consultant, the banker. That's the goal. This is the initial conceptual plan coming up, the next slide. This is what the Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead residents started with back in November 2018. Ironically, that's almost 6 years ago to the date. They took a 150-acre parcel adjoining their homestead, drew the red line around some contiguous sections, and they dropped in what they'd like to see. This is all the specific land uses that DHHL is capable of doing and has the authority to do. And that's what Waiahuli is pursuing to do. I'm going to turn this part over to Katie going forward.
Thank you. Commissioners, Chair, beneficiaries, and community, thank you for your time. We'll keep moving along quickly to keep on schedule. So in the last slide, you were shown a very, conceptual plan with some words over the land, and what we were able to do to support the community in the last couple of years is to take that high-level vision and start looking at the land, the topography, the existing studies that have been conducted in the Waiahuli area for prior development phases, and start laying that out in a land use, conceptual land use plan. So on the next slide, you'll see a conceptual plan. You can go to the next one. There, where we started laying out potential land uses across that 150 acres, preserving the gulches for drainage, and then kind of looking for using the topography to site potential land uses across the land. And what else did I want to say about this slide? On the next one, we can just move to that one. For the EA purposes, what we did is we elevated the concept plan to a more intensive development so that we could look at sort of the most intensive use scenarios for the purposes of evaluating the EA. So, how many trips would that generate for the traffic consultant to look at? What are the water demands, wastewater demands, so on and so forth. I think on the previous slide, the other point that I wanted to make was just laying out things around the existing and known archaeological resources on the site. So what you're seeing here are just the maturation of the concept plan towards kind of an ultimate intensivity of a scenario so that we could look at potential impacts for evaluation in the environmental assessment document.
And it's key to point out this is a potential development. It is not what we're going to do. But for the sake of measuring the impact of the area, this would be a potential maximum use scenario.
Right. So on the next slide, what you'll see is just a table that were some numbers that we used when we brought on sub-consultants to look at water, traffic, wastewater, so forth. Have to give those engineers some numbers to work with so they can evaluate impacts. So this is what we used for them to base their assumptions on, so we can make sure that there's capacity and that the development can be served. And then on the next slide, what you'll see is just sort of a visualization of what could be and the vision behind the We Do development as shared with us through Bobby and his team from the beneficiary community at Waiahuli.
So this slide illustrates the benefits of economic development that this development could derive. Jobs in the energy field, jobs in the agricultural production field, jobs in kupuna care, jobs in construction, jobs in, just community services, school, elderly. That's the goal for Project We Do. But these, again, putting in perspective, potentially that conceptual layout would derive these types of employment opportunities for the community and the Native Hawaiians.
I think our final slides get into the schedule for the EA. But I guess I would just like to reiterate Bobby's point about the economic development opportunities that come with this development. It's really different than other plans that I've seen as the land use consultant, where it's truly community driven. And the idea is to build economic development and capacity for the community that's there. In the development of the land is just the tool to achieve that capacity building for the community. So it's been pretty exciting to be a part of. This final slide is just a little chart that shows kind of the process of the environmental assessment. So what we have now is a draft EA in this packet. It's has not yet been published. We'd like to share with you today that our hope is to publish it in the next environmental review for public feedback. And then taking those questions and concerns that we get through the public comment period, then we'll formulate the final EA and get that thing published and out online. That is the conclusion of our presentation.
Any questions? So what's the timing of this? When are you gonna finish this current phase?
We're hoping to go to publication next month, the month of November. And depending on the final comments, come back for a final approval and a FONSI as earliest as December, but maybe by January at the latest. And, concurrently, we're working on first phase implementation. Once we, I don't want to overassume, but if we get past the EA, we're going to talk about how to start implementing we do going forward.
Sounds good. Any questions? Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And looking at page 51, you talk about your wastewater system, the different scenarios of wastewater system. Under number 2, your wastewater treatment plant. If you do go to that wastewater treatment plant, will you be looking at R1 water to use for your ag logs?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, at this point, all options are on the table. Package system as opposed to full-on STPs because of the cost and the time it takes to develop that. Package systems, you can spread them out throughout a community, have the same intent, just sooner.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, this question. Thank you.
Thank you guys for
Thank
taking
you.
us up early. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, C3, for information only status report of our enforcement. David? Oh.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and members of the commission. David Hoke, Administrator for the Enforcement Unit. Just our monthly update, and timeframe is September 9th through October 13th. During this timeframe, we got 17 requests for assistance, and that brings a total of 187 requests to date for the year. Quick update on personnel. Some sad news, our assistant, Ronica Ann Ibarra, will be retiring at the end of this month. Annie's been with the department for almost 18 years. In addition to assisting our unit, she was for many years helped out with contested case hearings, and and she's the mama bear of our unit. So we're definitely gonna be missing her. But we do know that she's gonna be retiring and spending more time with her family. So obviously we're happy for her. Also in this month, Kip, Nick, and myself, we attended SIPTD training. SIPTD stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. This is the second course that we completed, and this allowed us to get a professional designation that's good through 2028. So SIPTD is this big program, a big push on the mainland where a lot of places are now requiring it in order to get permitted to build community housing developments or how to develop common areas in communities. And what it does is it just, the way that you build it, you create it, or it's there to mitigate the risk of criminal activity. So our hope is to, get trained up, get educated on that. Obviously, if there is recommendation we can give to our beneficiaries, want to do that. But then also when we are dealing with vacant parcels, unencumbered lands, things that we can do to put in place to obviously mitigate those risks until somebody can occupy them or they can be developed. Again, this is a big push on the mainland. I know Seattle, Detroit, Sacramento, Virginia, Florida, it's all required by law in order for them to get permitted. So obviously there's a lot of good information there. Moving to the vacant home initiative, we focused on Waimanalo for this month. We identified 33 potential properties and breaks down as follows. So 8 of them we identified had a deceased lessee and are now pending successorship. 1 of them was already pending a transfer and it's with HSD. 2 lessees received the properties within the last year, so they still have time to develop and occupy it. 1 person did not respond to our letters, and 1 other person was removed from the list because they showed sufficient evidence that they are occupying and maintaining the parcel. 2 lots are in DHHL inventory, and 2 other beneficiaries are currently working with Nahazda. And out of those homes, we sent out 16 notice of violations. 10 of those violations came back with a response and a commitment to clean up the property by a date. 5 of them were still waiting for the deadline to expire, so they still have some time to respond, and 1 of them did not respond. So obviously we're trying to make some move with that. And then another thing I wanted to highlight with those notice of violations, that was all done within the last month by our legal assistant who started last month. So again, prior to bringing her on board, this work would have been put on HSD along with all their other things. So I think, again, having those legal assistants in our unit is going to be a big push to help get the ball rolling on a lot of things. And then as far as the pilot program, this past month, we didn't get any new any new reports of organized criminal activity that falls into the Waianae Coast. To date, 10 reports have been submitted to HPD. 7 of those reports have been unsubstantiated. 1 of them have been confirmed, and 2 of them are currently pending a disposition. That is it.
Any questions?
Sure. Yeah, David, thanks for you and your team's assistance in Kauai, removing all those cars. You were there over the past couple of days, and we had that 1 person apprehended, I guess. It continues to happen, and we keep an eye on the Valente lot. I coordinate with the police department, so if something comes up, I can go down and file a complaint if a complaint needs to be filed. Right now, if they want to start pulling the junk out, we'll open the gate and let them take it. But right now, there's nothing really there to take. We're more concerned about somebody staying there overnight, and we're working with KPD. So. But thanks a lot for your help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I know that's it's very time consuming, very challenging. So it's a cat and mouse game, but I appreciate the assistance on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. David, mahalo for you and the E-team for what you guys do. Just a point of interest for me, you send out the monthly email to beneficiaries. Just roughly, how many beneficiaries receive that? Rough number?
Well, 50.
Okay.
50 right now. And again, any people that want to get added to the list or associations, let me know and I'll definitely add.
Okay, that's what was my next thing I was going to ask. So I have had some inquiries. I'll forward to you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
that.
Commissioner Freitas?
Dave, good job as always, man. Always impressed with you guys' work. Kind of looking at this stuff, I know you guys have had collaboration with the sheriffs, HPD, of course, the beneficiaries. Kind of looking down this list, I noticed the probation office, emergency management, but kind of caught my eye was the U.S. Marshals Service, Fugitive Recovery Task Force. Can you give us a little bit of our background on that and exactly what that entails? And
So that we ended up working with the Marshals this past month while we're doing a homeless operation off of Prospect Street, kind of near Papakolea, while we're doing the initial scouting of the area, identifying the camps. One of the individuals we identified as somebody who was on a federal warrant. So we actually contacted the U.S. Marshal Services. We coordinated a little operation with them and they were able to pick up the guy. And I believe he was on the run for 2-3 years. So, real quick, if I may, I just want to, for that, I just want to highlight, I got to thank my unit. I think that that situation brings a lot of the reality of the work that they do and we do is in an uncontrolled environment. We're going into situations that we don't know what we're going to encounter. So I know that you guys have been, everybody's been so supportive on the commission about giving us the positions, but that's another reason why I'm just going to continue to push and push. So we need guys that are agile in the field. They got to know what they're doing. They got to know kind of the hand that they're dealt. We're not armed. We're not law enforcement, but you have to be able to hold the line. You have to be able to go into these situations. And yeah, I just kind of want to make it a point that, yeah, we need the staff because it ultimately is a safety issue going into these things. And while, you know, I got Kip and Nick back there and I got to appreciate, and I thank them and appreciate them, but just again, 3 of them going into a lot of these situations, most of the time, you know, it's still, I wouldn't say the odds are in our favor. So, but I do appreciate all you guys advocating for our unit all the time.
You know, I've watched enough America's Most Wanted in my life.
Yeah.
And have you guys unarmed, which is, I know you guys have training.
Yeah.
But to go into these environments, like you said, they're unstable to say the least. And this particular case, basically helping out the U.S. Marshal Service. You know, every month, it seems like you guys' spectrum of efficiency and your job spectrum grows. So, you know, that being said, again, brother, whatever we're doing on our side, definitely help you guys out. We will.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other? Yeah, Dave, good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, D1 HSD status report, Juan Garcia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before we go into D1, I also want to thank David and his crew. You know, they've taken on a lot of the work, the heavy lifting that HSD would normally do, but they're willing to take on that work. So mahalo, guys, back there. Kip, Nick, David, mahalos. Again, D1 Commissioners are, for your information, only reports with respect to application and lease activity totals, as well as delinquency reports. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have. If you don't have any right now, I'll be around the rest of the day, as well as I'll be here tomorrow as well.
Question?
Chair, not a question to the report, but just again, another reminder, or remind you about 4 times already. Put together that PIG for the successorship, application successorship. We had discussed that before with these application successors sitting in limbo. We got about 2,000.
Did you guys ever do that caretaker one?
We have one more meeting, I think, on the caretaker. We should resolve that. But yeah, the
How about after
successorship,
that?
I think, is important because as we start issuing lots, there's a lot of people
Yeah.
in limbo. We need to clean that up.
Okay, when you guys finish that other one.
I'm on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Neves. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Okay, the next item, F4, for information only, Aina Mauna Legacy Program update.
Before we go to the submittal, I'd like to echo the sentiments of Juan to the E team for their assistance also with LMD matters. Lots of stuff going on in LMD on the unencumbered lands with trespassing and squatting and all that nature. Anyway, without further ado, I have Kuli Kamara, land agent for Big Island, who will go over the for information item. Go ahead.
Aloha, Chairman and Commissioners. I just wanted to take the opportunity, so where you guys in Hilo, to give you guys an Aina Mauna update. We did an Aina Mauna update similar to this in October of 2022. I know there's been a lot of commission changes. It is a kind of a lot to go through, so I'll try and get too quickly. And if I go through things too quickly, please let me know. I'll take a couple breaks here and there for you guys to ask any questions and clarify. So yeah, so the Aina Mauna Legacy Program, the Aina Mauna Legacy Program was put together as a management plan for the largest contiguous parcel we have in Digital Land Trust. So the Aina Mauna Legacy lands consist of 56,000 acres in Humu'ula and Pi'ihonua, which make up over a quarter of the trust land. These lands are on Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa from the 5,000 to 8,000 foot elevation. a really remote area. And my predecessor put together work with consultants to put together a plan. And there's a 2009 plan, the Aina Mauna Legacy Program plan, was commission approved in 2009. Well, yeah, so it was approved in 2009. It's a multi-use plan trying to take into consideration the unique aspects of the land. Next slide, please. Yeah, so here is a map of the different land uses that was planned and approved for the Aina Mauna Legacy Program. It has areas for homesteading, pastoral use, commercial forestry, and also takes into consideration the unique ecology and landscape of the Aina Mauna lands. This is the Wawakua of Mauna Kea. So really where the mist touches the mountain, it would have been largely covered in koa forests prior to the introduction of introduction of cattle to the island. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the Wawakua, yeah, so I consider this the Wawakua of Mauna Kea, and it's, you know, we have these two big mountains that sit in the middle of the Pacific, and it's really where the clouds come off of the ocean and where the clouds meet the land. So it's a land kind of, it's kind of a misty area above the really wet rainforest and just below the subalpine zone. And in this area, you know, when cattle came into Hawaii in the 1790s, there was a couple put on the cattle, and cattle kind of migrated to this area. It's kind of a sweet spot where it's not too wet and not too dry, and it was far from a lot of people. So the cattle really came into this landscape, and for the last 200 years, cattle use has been the primary land use for our Aina Mauna lands. This is the Kumuvai of Pilopaliku. So all of the rivers from Wailuku all the way out, you know, past Akaka Falls and what everybody thinks is the Hamakua coastline is all in Pilopaliku, all the way out to Okala. So all of those streams, as you guys are passing from, all the waters emanate from our lands up in Humuula. So I'll kind of stop right here. If you guys have any questions on the general background of the lands up there.
Just, Chair, if, you know, for the new commissioners, if we could provide the actual the program. You know, I remember getting a copy of that some time ago. We could make sure that all the new commissioners get a copy, just so they could get, you know, fully briefed on what's going on. I know you're just giving a portion of it.
Yeah,
we can help with your
yeah,
advocacy.
so we have like a 15-page so executive summary, so we can send to you guys, and then there's a 300-page the full document, so it's available online.
Online,
Okay,
yeah.
online.
So I can share you guys the link.
On our website.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Quick question. So, it's saying the Wawakua is between 5,000 and 8,000 feet elevation. I'm curious, the road, the saddle road, right at the, well, access, what is that elevation?
So Puhuluhulu, where the Mauna Kea
Yeah,
access road
Puhuluhulu.
starts, is about 6,600 foot elevation.
Okay,
And then Mana Road that runs through our land stays around 6,000 feet. So it's right in the middle. It's right in the middle. So that kind of landscape kind of across the whole, all the way out to Lapoihoi, Mauka is all Humuula.
okay. And the visitor center is what, above 8,000?
It's about 9,000.
Nine.
So every island has a different valve system. But what I learned on Mauna Kea is, you know, it's kind of defined, the Wawakua is kind of defined by where that mist, you know, that area that's always constantly misty.
And that's today. I mean, that Wawakua may have changed over history, or?
I think it would have probably been more dense. The more trees you would have had, that moisture would have been
Makes
greater.
sense. Okay,
And that's just my understanding. Some
Yeah.
other people might have different understanding.
okay, thank you.
So the projects that we'll be going over today was just kind of the things that we've been doing since 2022, since our last update. We have a very big gorse population on the Aina Mauna, and it really alters the landscape and makes it unusable for most land uses. And it really drives a lot of our decision making. We can't make, you know, for pastoral use with gorse, it makes it really hard to reclaim lands and make it suitable for long-term pasture use. So, yeah, so, we do a lot of gorse management. We have koa forestry, because this area was, you know, it was primarily a koa forest, so before Western contact. And, also because koa is a very, valuable commodity. So it's, you know, it's been one of the highest, you know, we really focus on restoring that as a commercial driver for the Aina Moana Legacy Program. We also have restoration efforts that I'll share with you guys. We haven't been doing cattle removal since September of 2022 because of enforcement issues, but it's still a big issue on the Aina Moana and something that that a lot of people have been asking questions about. So I wanted to update you guys on it. And then and we'll touch a little bit on enforcement issues that we've been dealing with on the Aina Moana. Next slide, please. So here, this dark green area that you see here is our gorse containment area. So this is where we're trying to, you know, gorse is there. It's going to be there for a long time more. So no matter what we do, but we're trying to stop the spread of gorse, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of money. Gorse is a really hard weed to deal with. It really likes degraded pastures. It likes full sun. It likes disturbance. It's a fire-adapted weed. It gets to 12 feet tall and thorny. It just makes impenetrable thickets. So it's really hard to manage in a pasture setting. The seeds have a 30-year seed bank life. So even if you clear it, you have to maintain it for the next 30 years. It's really a hard thing to deal with. It was there on the land since at least 1901, so it predated the act. We inherited this problem. And it's really hard to deal with. And in my opinion, you know, the real way to deal with gorse is to change the land use and to put the forest back. As it gets shadier, wetter, more organic matter, better soil, it changes all these little conditions that make the gorse less profuse, and it weakens the gorse. Doesn't kill it, but you know, in my time here, you know, I've been fighting it for a long time, and really, I think the long-term solution is what we have in the plan, is to change the land use. So we do crush and spray operations. We do helicopter operations. We do some mechanical clearing and fire breaks. If you guys can see the white lines in the gorse containment area, we keep 50-foot wide buffers so that if it does catch fire, not all of it catches fire at one time, and it's manageable. But yeah, so we spend a lot of our money that we have for management of the whole Kumu'ula goes to gorse management. And we also have, we've begun gorse buffer conifer plantations with sugi pine. It's a high value wood that casts a dense shade. And it's what the plan calls for this area is to put into a conifer plantation with dense shade for the next 80 to 150 years as a solution to gorse. We don't have any takers right now as far as people willing to take on a lease for that, but that's what our plan calls for. Next slide. So this is what we call our crush. It's what we use in crush and spray. So we found from research from New Zealand that if we go over the bulldozer without grubbing, we don't want to break the ground, but just kind of lay and damage the gorse, and then you come with the same day spray. You know, it knocks the gorse down, and you can kill the mature plants. But again, it's 30-year seed bank, so you know, you need to come back and treat it. But this has been the most effective method of clearing land that we have found thus far. Next slide, please. So the gorse crush and spray. So these different color polygons are the areas that we were able to clear over the past. Well, yeah, we're covering 2022 to 2024, but we threw in some the work we did in 2021 as well. We're able to clear about 200 acres per year. And again, we're trying to keep it within that gorse containment area, but as you guys can see, there's gorse outside of the containment area. So it's kind of a, you know, it's one of those things that even though we put in a lot of work, it's an ongoing battle, and it's kind of never enough. So we have a kind of a hard time finding good vendors. So we're lucky we have the good vendors we have now, but it's really a limited amount that we're able to operate machinery in this environment, plus have the herbicide experience to be able to pull off the jobs. And again, just going back to what I was saying earlier, optimally, these areas would be clear of wild cattle and sheep so that once they're cleared, we could start planting immediately and changing the land use, because that's really the ultimate thing that's gonna be a long-term solution to GORS. Next slide, please. We also do a lot of helicopter spraying. Nobody likes to spray herbicide, myself included. I really connected to the waters of Mauna Kea and the Wailuku watershed. But at the scale that we're at, you know, we're able to get helicopter spraying. Our vendor changed this year, but you know, last year was we're able to treat about $50 per acre for the treatment, and it's really when you talk about the scale, it's really the only viable option we have to keep the gorse from continually spreading. Next slide, please. So these are the helicopter boom areas we've done over the past 2 years. 2023, we did 800 acres. This year in August, we did 1,300 acres. And so kind of if you guys can recall from the last map, you know, we crush and spray it, lay it down, and then we still need to come back and get whatever pops up. And with a 30-year seed bank, you know, without changing land use, it's going to be a continual maintenance thing to be able to keep spraying herbicide, which I understand the critics of it. I'm a critic myself, you know, that doesn't make me happy to do it, but until we can change the land use, you know, it's gonna, you know, we have limited options besides just walking away and letting it take over. Yeah, again, we have limited vendors. Our vendor who we used last year sold his helicopter, so we had to make it work this year. And they had to subcontract out the helicopter, so and bring in a helicopter from Kauai. So it's something that that is expensive, and it's expensive and it's really specialized and hard to do. But right now it's the cheapest and most effective option. So next slide, please. We've also been doing research with UH and Purdue University, where instead of killing off the gorse, we just do minimal. So this is just one bulldozer width. We just cleared and then we planted koa directly into that. And we also have sugi pine and redwood in here as well. And we're kind of mixing them together to see what it looks like if we just planted in the gorse landscape and what the trees will do. So this is an ongoing project. We just started back in 2022. Next slide, please. But this is the trees now. So their head is above the gorse, so they'll survive. You know, we'll see how fast they grow, how deep the shade is, and if they can suppress the gorse by just planting directly in it and not trying to clear it, make it totally clean before we plant. But we're looking at different ways. And a lot of people have ideas on gorse, but you know, in my time, you know, trees are really the answer. Trees are really the answer, and they have a lot of benefits. Benefits to the trust, especially koa with its high value, as well as its watershed and ecosystem services. Next slide, please.
Kuli, could I just ask a question? So trying to get shade over the gorse helps reduce the gorse. So have you thought about albizia?
It's a little high for albizia.
I think so.
It's a little high for albizia.
That brings a big canopy.
It brings a big canopy, and it's also an invasive species, and the shade is not dense enough. So even the koa, on this slide, so even the koa shade is not dense enough, but the sugi pine is. So we're looking at using the sugi pine, but interspersing it with the koa, like in this picture. And the koa actually grows really straight and good when mixed in sugi pine and the redwood. So we're looking at, you know, the koa being a native species that support all of our birds and our watersheds, you know, and being a high value wood, sometimes up to $25 a board foot. Like it kind of checks all the boxes of being a native, restoring the wawakua, and being a commercial use. It really kind of comes to the top as far as the highest and best species and land use, but it's not shady enough. So we're looking at mixing it to provide that shade as well as that value. And I think there's been a lot of thought put to it, you know.
So is there an ongoing conversation with those that are opposed to what's going on up there? I mean, we heard a little bit from you earlier, and I know the chair has said he's going to open up more conversation, but you know, what is their what is their answer to it? I mean, they're there to assist, or we continue to complain about it, but it seems like we're trying to do some, costing a lot of money. And, how can you help us make this work?
Yeah, so if you look at the Ainamana Legacy Plan, it really makes practical sense to me, but we are on Hawaiian homelands.
Yeah.
And we have a pastoral wait list
Yeah, I see.
and a homestay wait list, so I understand all the frustration, and I don't do as much community outreach.
Yeah.
I don't do, but I've talked to Iokepua personally for a long time, and I think sometimes we talk past each other. But they're, they have a set of solutions that, so they'd like to bring forth. So I don't discount anyone's concerns, but it is a complex landscape.
Yeah.
Being in 1/4 of the trust lands, and we're building forests and doing restoration, I can understand
So they're not saying that they'll let their cattle run on the gorse property. I don't think that's safe,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
yeah.
but they're concerned that we're developing for forest reserve.
I think people, I don't want to speak to what their specific complaints are or agenda are.
Right, right.
Sometimes all the agendas aren't really clear. But there are pastoral uses closer to Mauna Kea Access Road and at the beginning of Mana Road that are planned for pastoral use and for homesteading use. And I think those might be the better area that don't have gorse, that are probably the better areas to address their concerns in.
So that's their concern, is why aren't we issuing them?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So good conversation we should have with them. to
Yeah,
find
yeah,
out
I think
why-
the areas
yeah.
that are infested with gorse,
Yeah.
I would recommend to the commission to really consider changing the land use to forestry, because
Understood.
pasture use is almost marginal already, even
Sure.
if you didn't have gorse, and gorse
Yeah.
kind of just puts it over the edge.
Yeah, but if we have pastoral that's available, we should go ahead and issue that pastoral as soon as we can, if it works.
Yes.
Aloha Commission, Lily Makaila, planner with the
Yep.
planning office. I just wanted to add to this conversation. According to the Ainamana Legacy Plan, we're talking about 50,000, over 50,000 acres. So included in that plan is a little over 18,000 acres set for pastoral.
Yeah.
So I think that that's really important to think about the scale. Oftentimes when we look at the map
Sure.
of Humu'ula and Upper Pi'ihonua, we see that the majority of the lands are designated for conservation or colored for conservation efforts. But I do think it's important to note the scale, that even though it is, 32,000 plus acres for conservation, it still includes 18,000 acres that's available for pastoral homesteading. Outside of those two uses, conservation and pastoral homesteading, there aren't any other, like big proposed land uses for up there. There's currently 3 pastoral lessees, and they have just under 800 acres in total. And so we're looking at maybe just over 17,000 acres of pastoral homelands that would be available for 99-year homestead leases, pulling directly from the pastoral waitlist. For Hawaii Island, our pastoral waitlist is just over 2,000 applicants currently. Also want to compare that to Pu'ukapu. Pu'ukapu is one of the largest concentrations of pastoral homesteads, especially here on Hawaii Island. And according to the 2002 Island Plan, it's just over 9,000 acres of pastoral homesteading. So the proposed pastoral homesteading in the Ainamana Legacy Plan doubles what is already existing in Pu'ukapu. And so just wanted to give some numbers so that we can understand the scale and also what the need is, the current applicant waitlist for pastoral.
All right, very good.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, Kwali'i, so on the slide that shows the area of all the gorse, and you got the white lines.
Yeah.
How much of an area is that?
So that is about 6,000 acres. If we took all of the gorse outside of that as well, the patchy gorse, and it's spreading in multiple areas, we probably have about 10,000 acres of gorse.
Starting.
So about 1/5 of the Ainamana is covered in gorse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty extensive.
I'm just curious, you said, that the gorse arrived around 1901. What was the reason for bringing the gorse here?
So it was confirmed in 1901. It was confirmed in 1901, and it's not 100% sure if it was brought intentionally. Some people use it as living fences in certain areas. But it definitely was brought either intentionally or accidentally by the cattle and sheep industry
Ah,
in Honolulu.
okay. And do we know or we thought if there's anybody else in the world that is fighting gorse problems?
So New Zealand has the best, so New Zealand has probably the most science behind it. And a lot of what we do is based off of what they
Okay.
do in New Zealand. And basically, it comes from Europe in areas like Scotland, but in the high elevation tropics where there's not hard winters, Hawaii, New Zealand, and Brazil are really the areas that really are hit the hardest because there's no hard winter. It just doesn't stop growing. So yeah, so where it's from, it's not even that much of a pest, but in the high elevation tropics, it's a really bad weed.
Oh, interesting. We gotta
Sure.
send Koli'i to New Zealand.
Hey, shoot.
I was gonna suggest we send the whole commission just to help them out.
We look at geothermal too. Cooley, that was news to me that we, to a certain extent, inherited this and became part of our trust lands. And it originated in 1901. So, we, developed in 1920, the program. And so it seems like the same situation where we got junk land, the leftover lands, lands with problems, very expensive to rehabilitate and make them usable for homesteading. Here we are. We when you tell me there's, that much gorse, 10,000 acres, it's like, why do I want to spend resources to try and rehabilitate these lands versus going elsewhere and looking at maybe other DLNR land or other state land, as well as KS land and, lands that are maybe closer to the ocean where you get fertile lands and close to infrastructure. And so my thought, which is what I'm going to do, is we're already in the process of identifying KS land as well as other state lands and lands that we can more readily develop. Because I don't want to wait 10, 20, 30 years at all before we can even use it and not even use it for homestead. You're really talking about preservation. So that's not our forte or what we're about. We're about getting our homesteads. So my thought is that if anything, I'd rather ship this off to DLNR for conservation, preservation, whatever they want to do with that. And then we, I don't know about a land exchange, but maybe just get other land. Because I am in the process of taking all the different state lands, including the Ali'i Trust, seeing where they're located, and seeing whether we can do land exchanges or conveyances by executive orders or whatever, and get lands we can develop. This is a frustrating situation. Even when I was the director 20-something years ago, that was a problem even back then. And, we were talking about maybe using that as fuel for a generation of electricity, which I thought was actually a good idea. But with that plant kind of in limbo, it's not as viable. But I guess my focus is, I'm looking at this kind of layout of what you have for the different uses of the lands. I'd like to maybe really identify the lands that we can homestead easily. Not gotta, do the preservation combo of different types of trees.
Yeah.
But rather, let's focus on the lands we can develop and issue out pretty quick. And those we can do community pastures with cooperatives or whatever, but kind of expand it to the other lands too, so that we can, make that a viable operation and initiative, rather than trying to get into preserving. I don't have anything, and I don't have a problem, especially with the core production. We can turn that into a business, which I think we can to a certain extent. And I know DLNR has some of those lands, but we got to approach this not from the standpoint of trying to get rid of gorse, to me, that's kind of a loser with all our resources trying to go into, deal with a problem that's gonna be here for a generation.
Yeah.
Versus putting our effort into getting people off our wait list. And so, granted, you got some great ideas, we'll go to New Zealand and figure it out, but I don't want our resources going towards that. To me, that's a waste personally.
That makes
And I'd
sense.
like to spend our resources on helping our people get off the wait list. So when you look at this, look at the lands that are a lot more coastal infrastructure as best you can,
Yeah.
but also lands we can convert pretty quickly.
Yeah, so the Ainamana plan has a initial homesteading area of 1,000 acres that they didn't state like what type of acreage would be. And then I think everything west of the parcel west of the Mauna Kea Access Road to me makes a lot of sense as far as it wasn't, it's listed as pastoral, but it makes a lot of sense for initial homesteading. It's a long two-wheel drive road. It's not deep in the gorse, but I think as far as initial homesteading is the areas that designated as H1 on your maps, and then west of the Mauna Kea Access Road. I think those places make the most sense for initial homesteading.
Yeah, and we not only can get homesteaders in there, because part of the thing is, I don't want these lands in our inventory, I want them out. And so if we can get them out, but make them adjacent to it, lands that can not only be used immediately, but can be expanded maybe into the, forest areas and, actually transition into better used lands through our homesteaders.
Yeah.
Because they obviously will want more lands, and they have an incentive to maybe clearing out the forest and maybe using the approaches you're talking about. But once it's converted, let's make sure they can use it for whatever. And there might be a variety of things, they may want to grow koa as a cash crop, I don't know. But I don't, with the areas that are really infested and just, forget it, man. Let's not spend all our resources on trying to convert that.
Yeah, I think changing the land use to growing trees makes a lot of sense. Not everybody's happy with it, but it's the only thing that can battle it long-term where you're not getting in there every day. So, yeah, so the Ainamana Legacy Program calls for for changing of the landscape to more tree management and pastoral management. And my next slides are going to be the restoration efforts that we've been working on. So yeah, it's kind of what you were saying about more, we're doing more restoration efforts and not being in our wheel alley.
But really, that's not our job, restoration. I don't want to get into that business. I want to address our beneficiaries, which is homestead. So if we gotta, cut this off and give it to some entity that's their business, they can go get the funding and do a really good job and all that. Let's do that. But I don't want our resources and focus on, restoring gorse land. And especially to grow trees. I mean, that's how many homesteaders you can put on in a forest, man, not too many. So I do want to also look at some of the adjacent lands and see how we can, and maybe even move the focus closer to the Amakua Coast and some other areas that we know. In fact, we're actually acquiring lands. Honokaa, that it's great area. But let's look at the attractive lands that are easy to develop and we get people on them right away.
Yeah.
So this is a big problem. I'm not depreciating the problem, but to me, it's overwhelming.
Yeah,
Too much resource.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. I was, going on the 2009 plan, it calls for a bunch of restoration efforts. So I was going to go through my presentation on what we have been doing. And a lot of it is based on grant funding. There's a lot of grant funding for restoration efforts, but I do hear what you're saying about not focusing.
Yeah, we're a homesteading program, not a restoration.
That makes sense. So yeah, so I'll share what we've been doing. Just to be upfront and upfront with the commission, and then if we need to change moving forward, we can.
I think so. Okay.
So our core forestry, we got a USDA grant to put in 500 acres of core forestry. So we got $1 million grant, and so basically we're going to be doing commercial forestry in the most northern part of our parcel near Kianakol cabins. So we're getting $1 million for this, and then so DHL is is putting in 20%, and we're doing the fencing, and then we're gonna implement, so a commercial forestry project in the climate smart project area. Next slide, please. So this is, an area that we have done commercial, forestry in, and this is in area K1, for sustainable koa forestry. I just want to show in this picture, you can see all of the young koa in the foreground, came up after we harvested koa from this parcel. As part of the prescription for the koa harvest, they scarified the land, and all of this koa is coming up. We don't have cattle in this area. So without cattle, the koa will continually come out. And if you see the bigger trees in the back, the prescription we did for harvest maintained the canopy there. So, we probably harvested less than 25% of the canopy. So even though we're harvesting, we're actually creating more koa canopy through our harvest. And the basic management practice of keeping the cattle out of the area. And Olelo no Eao, there is so Hahai no Ka'uai Ka'ulula'au, or the rain always follows the forest. So in Hilo, we're lucky, so we have plenty of water, but in other areas, water is the most precious resource, and all of the rivers that on what we think is the Hamakua Coast in Hilo Paliku all emanate from Humua. Yes. So I hear what you're saying about the restoration efforts. I'm just gonna go through this slideshow. We have a Pihonua Mauka area fence, and so I can just show us some of the issues that we're dealing with. Next slide, please. So we have Rapido here that was identified on our lands in 2019. So not all cattle decimate the koa, but the wild cattle that we have use their horns and their mouths to strip our koa bark. So we really have an issue up there. Next slide. It's an aerial image from like 2021, I believe. You can kind of see the silver trees up there, and this is kind of the start of what we began to see. Next slide, please. So in 2013, the same area from aerial imagery, we worked with UH. They had this story map that they put together. Brian Tucker from UH helped us put together a story map. Next slide, please. By 2018, we can kind of see those silver trees. And then the next slide, this is 2023. So the ohia that you still see are in all the gulches where the cattle can't get them. And then next slide. So this is kind of what we see at the ground level in our ohia forests in Pihonua currently. So it's pretty, when the land becomes like this, then when the gorse comes in the full sun, it kind of takes over the land. But if this was forested, it would be protected from gorse. So
is this cattle damage or rapidly?
It's Rapido here, but the kakios get opened up by the cattle and then they get infected. So it's a 1-2 punch. So it was kind of questionable about, if cattle does impact it, but it's pretty clear now that, because right on the other side of the fence, we didn't have feral cattle, the ohia trees are a lot better. But this picture show that, even though it's pretty devastating, sometimes our ohia can come back. And then the picture on the right is a dead ohia log. As long as you have a couple of trees, it becomes a nurse log for hundreds of ohia. So even though it's pretty bad now, just knowing, it's still worth it to catch the issue and allow the forest to come back. So next slide. I can skip this one. I just took some. Oh, this is just the sounds of. So yeah, so thanks for and thanks for that time. But that picture was from the same area in an area in Waimau that's being managed by Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. That's probably the best forest we have left in the DHL Land Trust, and that is the difference between a fence. So what Keppel was saying earlier today about that, that structure in there, they have a 600 square foot structure that they use for the, people don't live there, but when the guys are working up there, it's about a 3-hour drive to get up there. So in an 8-hour workday, you get 2 hours in the land. So when they're working up there, they stay in the cabin. So there's a 600 square foot structure up there.
And those trees with the birds, what, they're several hundred years old?
Yeah, up to, up to 1,000.
1,000 years old.
trees. Yeah, so if you get an ohia that's about 3 to 4 foot wide, that's about 1,000-year-old tree. Yeah, they don't grow quickly. But that's, yeah, thanks for bearing with me. I just wanted to show, the contrast between the rot infested areas and the other areas. So this area, the last administration, this area is the R3 area, pretty much where the fence goes. The fence deviates a little bit to cross the rivers in feasible areas, but basically the R3 area, and we prioritize this to battle the rot and to get ahead of it. It also would stop the Makai spread of gorse, make this place more resilient, protects, enhance the Wailuku watershed, protects EV critical habitat. A lot of those birds you're hearing is the EV or the real red bird with the long beak. We have 1 more mile to do, but we still got a lot of cattle in there. Next slide, please. We also have, in 2021, the first ua'u on Mauna Kea since the 1960s was found. We worked with DOFA. They provided all the labor, and we had some plastic fencing that we had stockpiled at the sheep station, and we put up a 93-acre cat-proof fence. So the cats, or the cats and the mongoose are the #1 threat to the ua'u. So hopefully there's, we thought the ua'u was extinct from Mauna Kea. Hopefully they will use this place for nesting. And it is found on DHHL land, so we worked with DOFA, UH to put something together quickly. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's kind of what the fence looks like. And then we did a ceremony this March to call them in, yeah, and that's the ua'u project. This is the Kanakaleonui Bird Corridor. Even though this is sparse, this is the most connected Mauka forest on all of Mauna Kea. Connects the Mamane Forest to the Ohia Forest. Important for our native birds. As the mosquitoes move up, they keep getting pinched tighter and tighter, and Humuhula kind of caps the best remaining forest bird habitat in Hawaii, which is in Hakalau and the Hilo Forest Reserve. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has lands, which is the best habitat left for our birds, but they're all capped by our land. So, so I really so I understand that DHHL's function is not restoration, just the position of our lands, just making them really important to the health of the whole ecosystem. This is an ongoing project working with Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance to create a 500-acre corridor connecting the two, the Mamane Forest to the Ohio Forest. And then we got $1 million grant from the Department of Defense to fence off 2,500 acres of politically critical habitat. All of these areas are in alignment with the 2009 Aina Mauna Legacy Plan, and we try to get as much as possible partnership or funding to do it. But this one also has 20% match, so there is 20% match for DHHL to put this in. And to me as well, putting in fencing and keeping the critical habitat separated from our less sensitive lands allows us to do different types of things, Makai in the gorse. If we want to create a place for hunting or ungulate management, if we can separate out the sensitive areas. DOFA got in trouble before for running a hunting program in the political critical habitat. So, even though people aren't always supportive of fences, to me, it makes sense to be able to manage our lands in different segments. Yeah, so those are those are the 4 restoration projects in direct conflict to what you just saying. I understand.
Hey, Julie, don't get me wrong. What you guys are doing, fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, we're a homesteading program.
Yeah.
So, and I do look at, you know, and I've been approached by different organizations that want to jump in and try to help preserve the environmental community, so to speak, and which I'm 100% behind that. But, you know, I'm also even 120% behind getting people off our wait list.
Yeah.
And that's really, I think, the key and function of this program. It's not to preserve the forest.
Yeah.
Let's do it because there's a lot of benefits that directly impact the homesteading program by doing that. But at the same time, you know, there's organizations out there that specialize this kind of work.
Yeah.
And let's go look for them and let's work with them. And you know, I'm already talking to some of them and they're very, very interested and they have the resources. I'd rather not be spending our resources to be doing that. And, you know, that really, when you look at our Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, it doesn't talk about preservation. It talks about homesteading. And so something to think about. And I got to really compliment you, Cooley, and what you've been doing in your initiative and going after funds and getting stuff done. And so don't stop that, but at the same time, let's also start to look at what you've been doing, see, well, what areas in here can we really convert quickly to homesteading?
So understood. Yeah, just looking at the guidance from the 2009 plan, you know, it was a big portion of it, but I do really hear what you're saying and really, yeah. So it's a chance to look at the Aina Mauna Legacy Program and see where we can implement more homesteading.
Not to exclude our land, it is needed, it's kind of like integrated in the, so we're still part of that preservation. We'll continue, but if we can do a conveyance or, you know, kick it off to some entity that is better suited for that.
Yeah.
And then we focus our resource efforts on the homesteading areas, that might be better.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so I know there were some comments about some Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance, but you know, having a license to someone who preserves our land, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think sometimes the conflict is, you know, somebody's getting and other people aren't getting, but you know, I'm really for partnering and yeah, if we can share or pass the kuleana on to people with the agencies that's in their alignment, you know, is something I agree with.
Any comments, you know?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, you know, Julie, I know this is close to your heart. You've been doing this for a long time, brother. And you get a lot of heat from people. I mean, you know, people point rifles at you and all kinds of stuff. I always worry about you when I come to this island. But yeah, it is, you know, eventually we have to convert it to giving it to someone else. But I know it's always going to be near and dear to your heart. And, you know, when we say that, you know, that's part of our legacy as Hawaiians, is to protect our birds, protect our forests. But at the same time, we have, under this trust, we need to make sure that we're using our money is in the right place. But you do a lot of these grants, so I really appreciate what you do. If we can get some of those efforts as we move towards, you know, transitioning, using your experience and your efforts in helping that transition moving forward, I think it'd be great. But I really appreciate all the work you've been doing. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Khalid?
Yeah, I echo that and appreciate all the work you've been doing up there, Kuali'i. And for following the 2009 plan. So, Chair, if there's current direction to look at that, we can update the plan. I mean, for all the good work you could do up there, I would nominate him to be Employee of the Year.
Just 1 year or several years?
Just to add too, I mean, I'd like to advocate for more staff to help Kuali in his position if we, you know, if we could, because he does need it.
Commissioner Freitas?
Thank you, brother, for everything you're doing. Your passion, you know, for the Mauna is definitely inspiring. Also, from a personal note, thank you for educating me on the water issues between you and Dr. Sawyer there. You guys did my 2 water cheat sheets. I knew nothing about water, and I know how important it is. But to understand the importance of the conservation area, how it affects the water sources for this whole island, how vital it is, kind of changes my thought process of conservation in general. Keep this short, because I think Pat over there ready to hit the mic, so I'm gonna keep it real short, but, yeah, at least we can figure out something to help you, with, give you some resources in some way to help with your job. Thanks for everything, but appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd like to comment as well. You know, climate change is a serious thing today, and protecting our natural resources is going to be so important to the future of how we live on our islands. And so I just want to commend you, and a lot of the work, the kind of work that you do, for a lot of people that do that kind of work goes unrecognized. But today, moving forward, it is becoming a very hot topic. So I just want to commend you and thank you, and thank God we have somebody like you that is working for us. Thank you.
And just to answer the Commissioner Cooley, Kalekini, Cooley was named Employee of the Year for the HHL this past year, so.
Sure, yeah. Maybe we should ask the developers to make some kind of contribution to when they're building on Hawaiian homestead land.
Yeah, have different ways, yeah.
Programs.
Yeah, there's opportunities out there for funding. And I really understand, and it's really been a challenge because we have this kuleana, fiduciary responsibility, but sometimes the lands, whether it's the cliffs of Waimanalo or the cliffs of Kalaupapa or the summit of Haleakala, get put into the trust. It creates a situation to navigate and to try and figure out, to honor the place as well as the act sometimes is a balancing act. And I will say, I think, I'm the one person in the department that's kind of dedicated to natural resource management. I do think, a lot of our lands are neglected, that we still need to have at least a couple people on staff, without going out to consultants who can speak to the issues that we're dealing with at South Point or Honokoa or Kaikinui, and have some of that. I think it's, even though it's not our primary kuleana, having that in-house knowledge is important.
Okay, thank you. We got a couple more items, so let's get to the items. G2 for information only, status update on plan implementation in East Hawaii and hazard mitigation efforts on Hawaii Island. Julie Cachola? Sure. No, we only got 20 minutes left, today's meeting, so I want to get to this. Thank you.
Madam Leon, Chair.
We've got about 20 minutes left. We got 2 items left on the agenda.
Oh, which item are we on?
G2. G2, okay, thank you.
Aloha Commissioners, Lily Makaila, planner with the Planning Office. Michael, am I good to go? Next slide, please. No worries, no worries. Okay, this is our tiered planning system, general plan, statewide policy plan, recently updated in 2022. That is the umbrella plan that affects all the plans beneath it. You can see the island plan, 20-year time frame. We're in the process of updating the Hawaii Island plan, expect to be completed next year. Regional plans, each of our homestead regions have a regional plan. Currently 23 regional plans across the state. We're in the process of updating 4 regional plans on this island and just completed Kauai High. Next slide. For the Hawaii Island plan, we did our first beneficiary consultation in August of this year. We're doing our next iteration in January. We had some questions from Jojo Tanimoto about changes to the maps. Those will be reflected in January's updates to the regional plan track maps. Next slide. Regional plans. We have, for the East Hawaii region, Panaewa and Kaumana Pi'ihonua were both updated. We have budget for Maku'u and Keaukaha captured in the FY24 budget. Those both have consultants. We're in the process of finishing procurement and getting ready to start those regional plan updates. Ka'u was funded with the FY25 budget, also in the process of securing a consultant and beginning that update. Next slide. Some of the updated projects, Honolulu Subsistence Ag Subdivision, Mahalo to LDD and awards for making movement. They'll be giving 6 awards for subsistent ag lots in the coming months. Next slide. Maku'u, there are 2 sections in Maku'u. The orange section is supplemental ag, so the larger lots. The bright green section is subsistence ag, so less than 3 acres. Awards and LDD have worked to get that going. 32 subsistence ag awards and 21 supplemental ag awards will be coming up in the coming months. Next slide. Panaeva Subsistence Ag Subdivision, 16 lots were awarded last year, July 2023. LDD is working on 6 future subsistence ag lots. Next slide. Ka'u. Waiohinu lands. This land tract was a part of acreage transferred to the department, I believe, in 2018 via executive order. The AG opined that because they have not, or they were transferred by executive order, we're not able to begin giving out 99-year homestead leases. So we need to complete the transfer of title for these lands to the department so that we can begin to give out 99-year homestead leases. In the meantime, a small section, about 10 acres, has been given out via ROE for due diligence studies for a community center. That's under Hanala Lima Lahuio Ka'u. Next slide, Keaukaha Regional Plan. This is one of the plans that we're budgeted to update. They had one priority project, which was Keaukaha Hawaiian Community Pavilion on the Makai lands there across from the highway. That project was started, but there's a lot of challenges with the location, being in the tsunami inundation zone, and so more kind of technical studies are needed to move that project along. Maku'u Regional Plan. Maku'u Farmers Market Association Community Center, they got as far as due diligence, but there's more due diligence to be completed and of course funding to complete that due diligence and the construction. Maku'u Offsite Water System Phase 2, that was started but kind of stalled. There's more negotiations that need to be done with the County Department of Water Supply to look at creating more water resources for that area. And expanding the existing system. Sustainability and renewable energy initiatives, that priority project was not started. The 4th one, farm plans, capacity building and promotion of agriculture, that's in progress. We have Kirsten Akahoshi, who helps us through UH to do capacity building. And finally, lease enforcement provisions. Enforcement unit has been very active and has helped with a lot of the issues on vacant lots and with removal of derelict vehicles and debris. Next slide. Kaumana Pi'ihonua Regional Plan. They're looking at doing a community center. Still need to select a site, so pretty early in the kind of planning and development of this project. The second one, agricultural sustainability community pasture. They've identified lower Pi'ihonua, some lands in lower Pi'ihonua that they'd like to put community pasture. The department needs to work on access because there's currently no vehicular access to this site. We'd also need to look at the availability of water, but catchment would be suitable for community pasture in this area. Community tool shed and work days currently not started, as well as their pest control mitigation and removal. Next slide, Panaeva Regional Plan, Project Kamole'au. That one I believe was started, but I believe it is in the due diligence phase. Panaeva Park and Family Center is in the same boat. Started, but more funding, more resources are needed for due diligence. Agricultural capacity building, marketing and training center, that has come before you folks from the Keaukaha Panaeva Farmers Alliance. They have their agricultural hub off of Railroad Avenue. They finished their environmental assessment and are working with SHPD to get Chapter 6E compliance so that they can move on with funding and construction. Traffic calming and safety improvements on Railroad Avenue and Hawaii Avenue. One measure that has come up often is a proposed bypass route between Puna and Hilo. Often they look at using Railroad Avenue and putting that bypass route through our homestead community. The commission has put out multiple letters kind of advocating on our homesteaders' behalf to help support them in preventing a large bypass route from being put right through our homestead. Finally, Hawaii Island Plan update. That was one of the priority projects and it is in process. South Hawaii Plan implementation, Ka'u Regional Plan, the first one, support development of affordable homestead alternatives in Ka'u. More work is needed, more funding to the proposed projects that are down there. Create a Ka'u Homestead Community Association that was completed, obtain additional water for homestead lots. We do have the water fill station, the water tank that's being constructed off South Point Road. It's nearly completed and will be open to our Kama'oa pastoral lessees, total of 24 of them. Protect and preserve cultural sites and natural resources. We've worked on doing resource management plans for our Ka'u lands, especially at Kalai. And finally, agricultural homestead leases at Waiohinu and pursue partnership with DLNR for Hawaiian homesteading. That was what I referenced, the large parcel that was transferred to the department in 2018. We do need to complete work on that. The title needs to be transferred and then we can utilize those over 300 acres for homesteading. Next slide. Quickly going over hazard mitigation efforts for Hawaii Island. Waimanui Emergency Operations Center. This is a project that pulled down just over $6 million from Department of Defense. This will be sited on Waimanui Community Initiatives Project, 161 acres. In Pu'ukapu, it will have a 7,000 square foot facility that can house equipment and supplies as well as software to help with coordinating comprehensive emergency response, especially for wildfire hazard. Next slide. Fire breaks. This is for Aina Mauna. You can see the fire breaks all called out in yellow. Next slide, Kauai High. Fire breaks all called out in yellow. 4 miles long, 20 feet wide. Mahalo to the DOT for helping us to do this. Finally, fire break in Ka'u. Next slide. There are 3 sets of fire breaks that are there. Several miles, including along our homestead lots, and kind of affronting all the areas where there are residential spots. Next slide. Puli'i has worked on pulling down additional grant funds to support his work. He went as a subawardee for a grant to NOAA, which they received, should give them about $2 million to work on resource management. This is one of the projects, Honokoa Riparian Corridor, doing some fencing. This is going to help with protecting the riparian corridor, trying to eliminate some of the sedimentation and erosion, and also controlling the ungulates that are in this area. Will also act as a fire break to help protect our homestead and the surrounding area. Next slide. The second part of that grant subaward is the Kailapa Fire Fuels Pasture, and this is specifically to protect our subdivision. They have been experiencing extreme risks with wildfire hazard. You can see the red area is the pasture fencing, and then the surrounding 310 acres will be fenced in and will be grazed down in order to keep that fuel load under control. Next slide, we have some data that was pulled together for wildfire risk. This one shows, next slide shows Ka'u. You can see the overlap on our DHHL lands. Our DHHL lands are in pink, and you can see the red is the high fire hazard areas. Next slide, Kauai High is another area. You can see that all of the homestead is in a high wildfire risk area. Next slide, Pu'ukapu. Much of our Pu'ukapu lands are also in a high fire risk area. And that's why we've been directing our efforts as best we can. Next slide, our next steps, planning office is working on a consultant. We're going to be preparing a disaster preparedness, hazard mitigation, community resilience plan for all of the Hawaiian homelands statewide. So it will be very comprehensive. We're looking at securing a consultant and hoping to begin in late next year or early 2026. Mahalo.
Okay, very good. Thank you. What's the next one? Thank you. G2. G3, information only, water projects and water issues in East Hawaii.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Shrikant Anna. I'm the Water Program Specialist, and this is our consultant, Jonathan Scheuer. Next slide, please. Oh, Kalamai. These are our DHHL lands on Hawaii Island. Next, please. We will primarily be focusing on East Hawaii and South Hawaii. Next slide, please. We're presenting this in furtherance of our Hawaiian Homes Commission Water Policy Plan Priority Goal number 1 to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. I'll be giving an overview of the submittal and then going over the Ka'u water filling station, changes in the state permitting process for well construction pump installation permits, and how that impacts beneficiary rights, and our spring water law training. Overview of the submittal. Our submittal goes over our water demands and reservations. It also gives an update on the Wailuku River proposed state water lease, an update on the proposed state water leases in Ka'u's water filling station, changes in the state's permitting process for well construction pump installation permits, and related work with beneficiaries and capacity building to secure water resources and address water issues. Next, please. So I will be focusing on the last three in this presentation, and there's further detail in the packet for the rest of the submittal. Ka'u water filling station. So Lily briefly mentioned this in her presentation just now. There are 25 Kamaoa pastoral lots, and those are about 25 acres each. There are currently 24 lessees, and these were all awarded during the acceleration period. They lack the necessary infrastructure for pastoral uses. DWS has a public water system that extends through the lots, though. So the department has secured capital improvement funds for the Ka'u water system improvements phase 1, which is still underway. That includes a 100,000 gallon reservoir, a new meter, which DHHL is a customer of, that we are using as a filling station. This is a temporary solution for non-potable water. Phase 2 is expected to increase system capacity. This involves realigning the water main, installation of laterals, so there's a water meter for each lot, and this will need to have resources allocated it, such as staff time and funding, in order for it to be successful. We also did additional outreach to determine filling station preferences based on this. Our project will include a 5,000 gallon water holding tank and a 2-inch hose. Water rates are still being determined, and this is highly desired by our KOU beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Changes to the state's permitting process for well construction pump installation permits. East Hawaii has very complex aquifer systems. There are basal aquifers, which are sort of the status quo, where there's fresh water floating on top of salt water. There are also deep confined aquifers, which are much more complex, which involves a layer of confined fresh water that lies below the salt water, and it's characterized by its high pressure. There are aquifers like this in Keauhou, in Kona, and in Hilo. In the 2023 submittal to the Commission, we provided an update on a water bottle company's proposed plan to develop one of these deep confined aquifers. It was withdrawn due to controversy and concerns, and there is still no specific management or development strategies that have been adopted or proposed for deep confined aquifers. The Commission on Water Resource Management sets boundaries and sustainable yields for these aquifers, which can be found in the Water Resources Protection Plan. These sustainable yields generally assume that all groundwater in each aquifer is a basal aquifer, and also utilizes a simple math equation to estimate what percentage of recharge water, such as rainfall or fog, can be withdrawn from wells in that aquifer before they begin to draw salty water from below the fresh water. By assuming that all of these aquifers are basal, they miss out on unique characteristics such as lava tubes and deep confined waters. This also doesn't account for variations in rainfall and where and how deep and large wells are. In order to develop wells or install or replace well pumps, a well construction pump installation permit must be acquired by the Water Commission. Until recently, these permits have only been reviewed by CWRM staff and received minimal public notice and have not required the proposed user to analyze their uses and how they may impact public trust uses of water, such as DHHL's water reservations. Only in designated water management areas, none of which exist on Hawaii Island, are well developers then required to receive a water use permit. These are publicly noticed and decided upon and require an analysis on how their uses may impact public trust uses of water. Until recently, there has been no reliable mechanisms for DHHL, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, or our beneficiaries to review or even be aware of these proposals. As mentioned previously, only CWRM staff reviewed these well construction pump installation permits, receiving minimal public notice beginning in about the 1990s, soon after the Water Commission's creation. However, in December of 2023, CWRM staff reconsidered and altered the delegated authority of the CWRM staff and their chair to approve these well construction pump installation permits. In June of 2024, CWRM staff proposed further modifications of existing delegation to their chair. This limited them to well construction, not pumps installation permits, wells in compliance with Hawaii well construction pump installation standards for pumps less than 27 gallons per minute, acceptance of applications for initial review, permit extensions, and well completion reports and certificates. DHHL staff requested a deferral and that DHHL be consulted as a public trust user and water purveyor. Following the deferral, CWRM staff met with DHHL staff where two primary issues were brought up: transparency and impacts to DHHL's rights. On July 23rd of 2024, the Water Commission agreed not to delegate in aquifers where DHHL has reservations. Instead, these will be sent to DHHL for review, and if any issues arise, they will then bring those to the Commission instead of direct delegation to the chair. While new procedural guides are still needed for deep confined aquifers, this procedural change is an opportunity for DHHL to provide comments on these applications. Next, please. Spring water law training. In June of 2022, the Hawaii County Council proposed a charter amendment proposing to reserve a seat for DHHL beneficiaries. While this did not survive a second reading, it did create significant discussion around the topic. Beneficiary leadership, such as Uncle Pat, recommended having a training for our beneficiaries on how to prepare for, how to apply to, and how to serve on these water boards and commissions. Since then, with the William S. Richardson School of Law's Kahuliao Center for Native Hawaiian Excellence, we have been holding a 4-part series and have had 4 cohorts completed. The next cohort will be in the spring of 2025, and homestead leaders will be notified when applications are open. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Pat, you wanted to say something? You got some time. Good. Okay. Okay, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Items not covered today will be carried forward to tomorrow or a future meeting. In fact, I think we only have G5 left, so then we have the J agenda. So we've gone pretty quick, guys. Appreciate everybody's involved. Tonight's community meeting is scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. at the Keaukaha Elementary School cafeteria, 40 Deshay Avenue, Hilo, Hawaii. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. here in